Canada in partnership with Brevity Anderson. Now, the most interesting thing with these partners is that they are from the diaspora. Please put your hands together for them. Let me help you to understand this. It means that they're not operational in Nigeria, but they saw that this is going to impact the lives of young professionals like you and I, and then they came together to put this event together. That's what diaspora intervention is about. So one more time, jam your hands together for Workplace Leadership Institute Canada and Brevity Anderson. So in an era where the world is running at a very fastly, that if you're not careful, you'll be locked up in history without your permission, it is very important to get updated with the trends on how the workforce will transcend in no distant time. It's already changing, but it's changing at a very rapid speed that we need to get ourselves acquainted with. So this event is put together to help us to evolve to that stage where we can interconnect with our counterparts in the global north and everywhere around the world. So please, I crave your indulgence to pay attention to all the conversations that will be happening here today, because it promises to be life-changing, informative as well. My name is Val Okafor, and I will be your MC today. I'm a youth development professional and a leadership coach. So this event, I'm going to pay rapt attention to whatever is going to be discussed here. To move further, we are going to network for about 5 minutes. I want you to meet someone else, not someone you're familiar with. Okay, get to know them, get to know where they're coming from. I saw yesterday on the group, people say, I'm coming from Kogi. Some said they're coming from Benue. Some said they're coming from Gombe. That's a lot. So please get to meet, interact with one another, find out what they do, and something might just happen from this room. So we have 5 minutes to network. We have 5 minutes to get to know someone. No, you have to leave your seat, actually. That's what I mean. Cross contacts, okay? Meet someone you've never met before. Find out their name, what they do, where they live, why they are here. I mean stand up and move ahead. That's how we network. Because someone is going to come and tell us who they met. All right, so we have 5 minutes to network. Fantastic. Oh, amazing. I love what is happening. I love what is happening. So we have about 2 minutes to wrap up the networking session. Exchange contacts, know what they do, know where they live. You know, this is an energy summit, so some of them might be coming from Chevron and Jeep. The people here, the people right in front of me, you're not networking. Hello, sir. Hello, ma. You're not networking. Hello, sir. You're not networking. Good morning. Good morning, sir. Good to meet you. You guys are not networking. Okay? Yeah, meet each other, cross connect, and all. Yeah. Good morning, sir. All right, all right. Amazing networking session. Let's begin to wrap up the networking session so that we can go into what we have. We have about 1 minute to conclude the networking session. Oh, Davis? Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, just about 20 seconds to wrap up. 20 seconds. All right, just about 10 seconds so that we can start officially. 10 seconds. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Put your hands together for yourselves. This is not to set up anybody. So, who did you meet?
Hamza.
Where's Hamza? All right, what does he do?
He works with an oil firm, MNDPRA. He's into finance as well.
Awesome. Hamza, is that correct? Amazing. Who did you meet?
Jennifer.
Where's Jennifer? Awesome. What does she do?
She's into real estate management.
Okay, nice. Okay, so to take this event to the next level, it is my pleasure to welcome on stage the National Director, Corporate Communications, Jamie Pajual International, Nigeria, in the person of Miss Sinka Jait Davis. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the National Director, Corporate Communications, JPI Nigeria, for her welcome address. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Val. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I must say you all look amazing. Thank you. All right. It's an absolute honor to welcome you to the Workforce Development Summit 2025. This is not just another event. This is a gathering that will shape the future of work and, most importantly, empower leaders like yourself for a better tomorrow. The theme of this summit, Shaping Leaders for a Global Workforce, couldn't be more timely. The world of work is changing at a pace we've never experienced before. We're living in an era where technology, globalization, and new ideas are reshaping industries, communities, and the entire economies across the world. So what exactly does this mean for us? It means that leadership today is much more than just managing teams. It's about inspiring people to adopt, collaborate, and to innovate in a world that is continuously evolving. This summit brings together some of the most brilliant minds in workforce development, finance, media, and leadership. But the real value here is in you individuals from diverse backgrounds who are here because you care about the future of work. You're not just here to sit back and listen. You're here because you're ready to learn, engage, and most importantly, take action. As we look to the challenges ahead, one thing is clear. The workforce of the future will demand leaders who are adaptable, empathetic, and globally minded. Whether you are an entrepreneur, a manager, a teacher, a policymaker, leadership qualities demand that you become better by the day. And this is why we're here, to not only help you understand the shifts that are happening in the global landscape, but to equip you with the tools, the strategies, and the mindset that can shape the future of work. Over the next few hours, we will dive into key discussions around developing workplace competency skills, strategies for thriving in a competitive business environment, brand positioning for global domination, strategies for organizational and personal vision alignment, financial management strategies for managing a remote or a distributed workforce. We will explore real-world case studies and hear from trailblazers who are already driving change in their sectors. And most interestingly, connect with other professionals who are here as well. Now remember, leadership isn't just about titles, it's about influence. It's about the ability to inspire others towards a common goal. So as we move forward, I encourage you to think beyond your immediate roles. Think about the larger picture. How can we, as a community of leaders, inspire the next generation to navigate a workforce that is more interconnected than ever before? Today we learn, tomorrow we lead. Thank you so much for being here, and I assure you that the next few hours will be very transformative. Welcome once more to the Workforce Development Summit 2025. Thank you.
Come on, don't stop clapping until she gets to her seat. That was a brilliant opening. Thank you very much, Ms. Sinka, for that beautiful welcome address. She said something very critical, and that made me to reminisce on the fact that Africa is not the factory for the world. It's the youngest continent, and it will continue to become younger every year. The question I keep asking, will this abundant population be a blessing or a burden? Well, what we are doing here is to catalyze our capacities so that we can not just pass the test of locality, but also the test of universality. To consolidate this conversation, it is my honor to welcome on stage the founder, Workplace Leadership Institute. Yeah, please go ahead to celebrate an amazing man who will be speaking to us on a very crucial topic, developing capacity for global relevance. Media, please, if you're ready, would love to listen to his bio.
Jamie Pat-Joel is a renowned leadership education expert whose leadership approach is making waves internationally. He has become a globally recognized and sought-after workplace leadership trainer for government officials and private institutions. As a leadership expert with experience in designing, implementing, and managing corporate training that fosters human capital development, his approach offers innovative methods to organizational leadership. It includes real-life case studies and practical applications for managing varied personalities and an in-depth knowledge of why the human experience approach is vital to organizational success. Dr. Jamie Pat-Joel is the founder of Workplace Leadership Institute, a prestigious leadership certification organization aimed at creating transformative change in the way leaders relate and work with others at the workplace. He is an author of 2 books, Executing with Excellence and Workplace Leadership. He is the host of the Workplace Leadership Conference Canada, a global platform where experienced corporate leaders provide expert knowledge sharing to middle-level managers and new future workplace leaders on the relevant skills needed to navigate the corporate world, improve work performance, develop leadership competencies, and drive organizational growth. It is about creating a safe place where diverse professionals across Canada can connect, learn, and share ideas. Over the last 15 years, he has trained more than 100,000 professionals from various organizations on leadership globally. Dr. Jamie Pat-Joel has received international recognition for his leadership development trainings. He recently received an honorary doctorate in organizational leadership from Miles Leadership University. Dr. Jamie Pat-Joel was a delegate to President Bill Clinton's program in the United States of America and the recipient of the State of Michigan Leadership Award. He has delivered keynote speeches at different global platforms such as Johns Hopkins University, Cayi Business School in Baltimore, Maryland, the African Union headquarters in Ethiopia, the United States Embassy in Abuja, Nigeria, and the World Bank Summit, Washington, D.C. Jamie Pat-Joel is the founder of JPI, Jamie Pat-Joel International, a youth leadership development organization with a vision to equip young minds with the skills, knowledge, and mindset needed to excel as future leaders and entrepreneurs. Through Jamie Pat-Joel International, he currently serves as mentor to over 22,000 young leaders in Jamie Pat-Joel International. Let's make welcome Jamie Pat-Joel.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Dr. Jamie Pat-Joel. Come on now, come on now, come on now. You can do better than that.
Great job. Good morning. Good morning. You know, while they're playing the profile, something just occurred to my mind that our job is to keep working on ourselves, that at every time your profile is being played, it will be like an outdated one. What it means that if they played your profile last week and they are playing it today, so many things needed to be added. I'm so happy to be here. Before you sit down, please. The truth of the matter is this. If we want to function at the global stage, then we must begin to learn and understand what it takes. There is a generation that is rising. Now you are going to prove whether you are part of that generation that is becoming, that is resilient, and that is determined to turn opportunities, challenges into opportunities. And if you're one of that generation, I'd like you to say with me, I No, I don't think you are part of that generation filled with fire and energy. Say with me, I. Now you're going to put your name when you mention the word I. I, Jamie Pajuel. I commit to becoming a key person of influence in my industry. Now we're going to say it as if, now say it convincingly. I, Jamie Pajuel, I commit to becoming a key person of influence in my industry. For the last time saying it convincingly, I, Jamie Pajuel, I commit to becoming a key person of influence in my industry. Now put your hands together for yourself and please have your seat. You know, so many times I like to say it for the purpose of, you know, we live in a generation today where a lot of people wants to follow individuals online without verifying or without knowledge of what those individuals are doing offline. We have a generation where the moment you have followers, you are a what? You are a what? You are a celebrity. At the moment you can at least ride good cars and get bouncers to follow you, and you can show that you are not hungry. But that has to change, because a time is going to come that the qualification or what qualifies someone to become a celebrity will be based on your level of intellectual capacity, not based on your ability to just have numbers on social media. Why? That is good. It's important for us to embark on a journey of becoming a key person of influence in your industry. What that means is that if you are looking for someone, maybe you are in agricultural sector, and then the federal government is looking for a key person of influence, a young person that is influential, that is knowledgeable, and your name will be mentioned. The time that we're into is not just the one where you define yourself, or what do? I'm a HR professional, and that's it. I was at Transcorp Hilton's last night, and for the dinner meeting, and then the man that sat beside me, he asked me a question. He said, "What do you do?" I said, this. I lead a global community of young people. We operate in 15 countries and in across 28 states in Nigeria. As I was keep talking, the man was like, "That's amazing." And guess what? Right there, within just 2 minutes, a different conversation altogether started. We must have to get to a point where what defines you is not just your job title. The truth of the matter is that many of us, if we take away your job titles now, there's nothing to hold, to define you about. My name is Jamie Pajuel. I am an architect. That's fantastic, but that's level one. Say, that's level one. Level two is when you begin to define yourself based on what? Based on the value that you command. Many years ago, I was so intentional about building a global brand. And what I want to share with you today is not one of those aspire to perspire For those of you that know me very well, you will know that I don't teach. I don't have time for motivational talk because the time that we are into requires people to become competent. Because the competition is now global. Tell somebody it's now global. You are competing with young people across the world. Because we are now living in a connected world that with internet, you can serve people, a community of audience in the United States right from the comfort of your home here in the city of Abuja. With technology, you can multiply and make impact across the world. So the competition is now global. And that requires us to understand what will it take us to do what? To operate at that level. I think my generation, it is time for us to begin to study individuals that have gone ahead of us. Because it looks like we are not studying those that we should be studying. Our attention is now being caught up with those so-called celebrities, online celebrities. Somebody called them online celebrity. Because sometimes you see some of these individuals and you see that they can't hold conversation. So I'm going to be speaking on the topic, developing capacity for global relevance. Developing capacity for global relevance. For over 20 years, the man you're looking at has been on the journey of becoming. For over 20 years. And so if you just connected with me recently online, or you're just getting to know me now, you probably might not appreciate the effort that has gone into becoming the man that I am today. I'm sure if I ask you a question now, how many of you wants to go global? Everybody will raise up what? Let's try. How many of you want to go global? That's our desire. And it's a good one to have. It's a good one. But let me say this. Of all the places that I've been to around the world, nobody has ever asked me, what did you study in school? In 2018, I got an invitation. I was still in Nigeria, so don't say it because I live in Canada. In fact, in 2014, when African Union invited me and other young people across Africa to Ethiopia, we were one of the people that participated in creating the AU Agenda 2063 in 2014. In 2018, I got an invitation to be in New York. I was in the room filled with top U.S. senators. By the virtue of the invitation that brought me there, I had access to President Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton. But why in that room, I keep asking myself, what was it that brought me here? Was it because of money? The answer is no. Was it because of level of education? The answer is no. Was it because of that I can speak very good, speak good English? The answer is no. The answer is found is one of the things that I'm going to teach you today. Because a lot of us knows what we want to do or want to achieve, but we don't know how to get it done. Now, I want to ask a question, and I need your participation. If we talk about key factors that can make someone to become globally relevant, What are some of those things that will come to your mind? So we're going to take one from here, one from this roll, one from this roll, and one from here, and then last one from here. Please, can we get another mic, please? What are some of those key factors that you think will make someone to become globally relevant? So where do we start from? All right, so we have somebody here.
My name is Queen Ivy. I'm from Akodi. One of the things to make someone go global is impact.
Impact. So we choose the word what?
Impact.
Can everybody say impact? All right, so let's have one from here. Men, please don't fall my hand.
Good morning. My name
I'm
is.
warning you.
My name is Goodness.
Can you speak out loud, please?
My name is Goodness. Good
All
morning,
right.
everyone. One of the things I think can make one go global is self-development.
Self what?
Development.
Self-development. So we now have impact and self-development. All right, now I have 3 hands. Please make your decision. Give anybody you want.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chukwu.
Good morning.
My name is Chukwu George Ozala. Mentorship.
Mentorship. All right, select someone else.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Erasmus. To enter the global space, I think it must be in a global industry, like maybe a humanitarian service.
Humanitarian service. Okay.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Name is Farouk Olakunle Ahmed. One of the key items that is needed is consistency, sir,
Consistency in words.
in industry, specialized industries.
All right. That's all? The last group.
Good morning. My name is Oge. I think one of the things you would need is branding.
Branding, okay. Do we still have like few hands? Okay, so let's take like 2 more people.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Nicholas. I think one of the keys to going global is smart communication.
Communication, all right. Next.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Nwankwo Jennifer. One of the key factors for global relevance is your mindset and networking.
Mindset and networking, all right. Okay, so last person and then we end it here.
Okay, so I'm your MC, Valo Kafo. Let me contribute to this conversation. One key skill to going global is cultural competence.
Cultural competence. Can you explain that?
Okay, so you need to transcend beyond just Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba. You need to now understand that people come from diverse backgrounds, and you need to avoid culture shock when you relate with them.
Awesome. But somebody at the back said something I'm trying to write down. The man at the back, he said something. Please, can you take that again? Yes. Yeah, I think he was the one that somebody said something from that end.
Smart communication. I said smart communication.
Smart communication. Okay, thank you. Okay, so that will be all. And first, I want to appreciate all of you for your participation. The truth of the matter is that, sometimes I can authoritatively say that almost everything or anything you want to tell someone today, they already know about it, right? But why is it that despite what we know, some people are still not making progress? What is that factor responsible that despite someone knowing something, they are still not being able to make progress with what they know? Anybody?
one of it is lack of intentionality.
Lack of intentionality. All right, that's good one. You see, you are the teacher now. I'm the one writing, taking notes.
Yeah. I think one of the reasons is because we do not implement what we know.
Lack of implementation. Fantastic.
Lack of audacity.
Lack of audacity. Be writing these things. They're already teaching you.
Okay, Simon Matthew is my name. I think one of the challenges is that we have a lot of people who know, but sometimes implementing it is the issue. But the problem is that sometimes implementing on your own, you may not be able to know your way around it. So you need somebody who has been there to help you. That's why I tie it to what somebody mentioned earlier, mentorship or a coach. Thank you.
All right. So last one, and then we're good to go. Please take from that side.
Good morning, everyone.
Good
My name
morning.
is Cynthia. I will say fear of failure.
Fear of failure. Thank you so much. So we have fear of failure. We have lack of audacity. And you said something. You said? Lack of intentionality. Now, the truth is, all of the things that you've said here are correct. So now, let me now share with you something that happened to me personally, so that peradventure, by sharing personal experience, you will be able to pick some level of wisdom to be able to apply it. 20 years ago, I made a decision. I decided that I want to become a global citizen. And you know, in that, when you hear the word global citizen, what comes to some people's mind will be getting a different passport, right? There are different categories of individual that lives abroad. You have those that are just living abroad. You have those without proper documentation. You have those with proper documentation. And the moment you have, let's say you're in possession of the United States passport or Canadian passport, automatically you have power in your hands. Because suddenly you can travel to Canadian passport, give you access to 188 countries. But I've realized that there's a difference between power and dominion. Now I'm sounding like your pastor, but I'm not. So someone can have power, but not exercising dominion. Because of what? Because of the level of operational thinking that they operate with. For those of you who are just meeting me today for the first time, so I'm just going to summarize my story. And so 20 years ago, I was a young boy born in a family of 7. Where feeding was by faith. Like you have to lift up your eyes to the hill from where comes your help. We were so poor that I lost my sister because we didn't have money to pay hospital bills. She died. We're 7, so now we are 6. At some point, I was sent to the north to serve my uncle, so I lived in Bauchi State for 5 years. For those of you who don't know, I speak Hausa very well. Najin Hausa say. But many people don't know that aspect. So, I was sent to the north to serve my uncle, and there I was treated like a slave bought without a price. I was always the last person to sleep, to go to bed. And we're talking about something like around 1 a.m. because I have to do all the housework, including preparing what the children are going to wear the next day. And by 5 o'clock, I'm up. I wasn't sent to school, so I had difficulties in writing and speaking very well. So the odds were there. And at some point, I said to my uncle that I want to go home. But the question is, where is home? Because at the age of 10, my dad and my mom had issues. And so we had Chelsea and Man U club. So I followed my mom. It got so bad that sometimes I will walk past my dad without saying a word. And we lost him in 2012. So the Pajuel that I bear today was not originally my surname. My dad's name is Jewel. And so when we lost him, there was no memory about him, and we knew that if we didn't use his surname, switch to using his name as our surname, he will be a forgotten person on earth because there was no memory. And so the Pajuel is just a combination of Papa Jewel. That's how the name Pajuel came up. And that's my legal surname right now. But so I was going to come back home, but the question is, where is home? Because when my father died, they said, according to tradition, if the first son dies before his father, the second son will take the inheritance. And so my father's brother took the inheritance. Which inheritance are we talking about here? A small bungalow house, because my father didn't build any. So when I wanted to come back home, I was asked the question, so you want to come back home to become a burden to your poor mother? But I said to myself that, and I made a prayer to God, and I said, I want to be a blessing. So there was intentionality from day one till now. I am that individual that if you ask me, what will the next 5 years look like? I'm not a prophet, but you're not a prophet. You might not be a prophet, but you can predict your future. You know how? Because your future is rooted in your daily routines. From what you do consistently, you can predict the next 5 years. And somebody mentioned something about consistency here. Remember when we were talking about developing capacity for global relevance. So we have to build from foundation up. And so I returned back home. My elder brother managed to put me in school. In 2012, after my dad's burial, we moved to Lagos State. And while in Lagos State, for 3 years we were sleeping inside the house without mattress. And then at some point, I left my brother's house, and then I started sleeping inside church. So I slept inside church for 4 good years. And so when people come to church and they'll be like, oh, Brother Jamie, you are early today. I say, oh, yes. And by the time church was over, people would go. I would return back to the children's church because I was staying there with a friend too. But right inside that place, there was still some level of audacity. Because when I come out, you will not know where I'm coming from. The same level of audacity made me to, in 2011 or so, I hosted a program in school then, and then I put under my name, international speaker. The person that I called my mentor supposedly asked me to remove it. And other people were laughing at me. Because to them, I was just forming a fake life. But to me, I was trying to model a future. Now, here's one thing about mentorship, because somebody mentioned about mentorship. Never you take advice from someone who has never done what you're trying to do before. Because they will advise you according to their level of thinking. You are not qualified to be my mentor if you have not done what I am trying to do. Because iron sharpeneth But the level of sharpening will depend on your own how sharp what the other object is. I love that word audacity because everything you will do in this life is on the other side of fear. At first, it's going to start like a play. But if you're consistent, a time is going to come that those who were once laughing at you, you will want more than they can afford. So this is how I built a global brand, friends. And this is not just 5 years journey. No, we're talking about more than 20 years. So when we talk about success, it's important we put time and season to it. So that we don't get our generation thinking that it's about you read a book today and tomorrow what? You start speaking. Or you start confessing, not knowing that there is something called time and season. And as of that time, I was intentional. When I decided to build a global brand, the first thing that I did, so I read about the spider strategy. And I kid you not, it worked for me. And I've been using that same strategy to teach people about strategic positioning. It has never failed. So I read about the spider. The spider took hold with her hands and is in the king's palace. And the question is, now, we can categorize the king's palace as a place of dominion, a place of influence, a place of abundance. The spider moved from point A into the king's palace. The question is how? I needed to move from being a local champion to becoming a global influence, to have global relevance. Now, in studying the spider, I discovered something. There is something called the cobweb. Everybody say cobweb. And that cobweb is not an external factor, it's an internal what? 99% of what is going to make you successful is already within. That 1% can just be maybe money, can just be maybe access, can just be relationship. But I tell you, friends, that your greatest battle in life will be internal factor. And when you want to dare something and something within you tells you that you are not capable, is that external factor or internal factor? You look around, you're not hearing, you're not seeing anyone, but yet you can hear what? You're hearing something telling you you're not capable. So what I did was to first of all master how to win internally. So in JPI we have a mantra, and our mantra is that nothing is too big for my mind and nothing dies in my hands. Now, that's not just a statement. That statement was born out of experience, knowing how to dismantle any obstacles that stand on my way. And before I proceed, please, I'd like to recognize the JPI State President FCT. Many of you don't know. JPI is our global youth organization, and we operate in 15 countries. We're in Rwanda. We're in Liberia. Liberia has over 500. They have over 500 members. We're in Kenya. We're in Rwanda. We're in Canada. We're in United States. We're in United Kingdom. We are in Zambia, we're in Zimbabwe, we're in Cameroon, we're in Ghana, we're in Nigeria. Now, this is not just an organization, this is a movement. First, I want to recognize Deborah. She's the state president. Please, can you rise so that they can see you? And of course, also her vice president, Sandra. Thank you so much for the great work you're doing. And for all the other National Executive Council present, thank you so much. Please, you may have your seat. And some of the impact we're enjoying today in JPI was as a result of what we're discussing today. How do you take a concept to become something so big, bigger than you? I'm in Nigeria because we are having our National Youth Convention, JPI Youth Convention, that we host every year. And we'll be doing that for more than 10 years. So we've done in so many other states. Every year we rotate it to a different state. So this year, Lagos State is hosting it. So on March 8th and 9th, we'll be hosting 5,000 young people from 20 countries. They are all coming to the city of Lagos. And because I'm in Abuja, please don't tell anyone, but I'm going to tell you now. 2026, the JPI Youth Convention will be hosted in the city of Abuja. Don't tell them that I told you. And this year also in August, Liberia will be hosting their own chapter, so we'll also be in Liberia, August. We'll also be in Kenya, December, August. Kenya will be hosting theirs, and then by November, Ghana will be hosting their own. If you're ready to go global, the JPI Abuja chapter is your best option. And so later today, maybe before we end this program, we'll tell you how to become an official member. So back to what I was talking about. So the spider strategy simply recognizes the fact that what you need, the key element that you need is already internal. And please, don't take this for granted. I'm not here to do motivational quotes. Internal factors are more powerful than external factors. What are some of the external factors that are going to fight you in your journey of building a global brand or becoming a global relevant? You're going to have lack of funding. That's an external factor. You're going to have government policies. Village people. External what? People who will not believe in you. Those are external factors. I have had that opportunity. I've been in that room where after sharing my vision to someone, and the person said, it's not going to work. So I've received more no's than yes in my life. And thanks to those who said no to me, they're the reason God did it alone. Thanks to them. Because they helped me to tap into my internal strength. I've never done any project in my life having all the resources available. Never. Never. It costs us nothing less than over 30 to 35 million to host the convention each year. But never have I had to pull money from somewhere to come and host it. The event will produce it. I've realized that most times people get paralyzed, not being able to move forward in life because of lack of external factor. I don't have the resources. But you forgot that you can be resourceful. So, the greatest battle that you will have to fight is internal. When the voice says you can't, you say, I can. And consistently, you have to keep repeating it, because repetition is how we gain mastery. Don't worry at first. You might sound like a broken record to some people. When you're looking at yourself and telling yourself, I am capable, somebody is saying, why is this person misbehaving? Don't worry. But I tell you something, if you have studied about the mind, please, I would like everybody in this room after today, go on YouTube and watch about the psychology of the mind. You need to know how the mind works, because it can work against you and it can work in your favor. So using the cobweb strategy, the spider wants to get into the king's palace. And then the spider will first of all throw the cobwebs to Nigeria, trying to connect. And throw it to the south, to the east, to the west. You know, I grew up thinking that when you encounter or cross the spider cobweb, they say it's evil. No, you're obstructing the spider's movement. What the spider was trying to do was to build connection. And somebody mentioned something about networking. Please, I want to ask you a question. How good are you in networking? And someone will say, I'm a shy person. In this world that we live in, there's no room for those who are shy. Because if you wait to be served, you will eat the remaining. Did you hear that? I say this without sense of humility. There is no country today that I will go to without having someone in that country. No country. But this thing was built. Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Felix, I recognize you. Madam Naomi, Mrs. Naomi, thank you so much for coming. This thing has to be built. So of all the things you've mentioned here, lack of consistency or lack of not being bold, friends, please, if there is anything that you have to master, you need to know that not taking risk is already, you're putting yourself at risk. Not all your, thank you so much, not all your effort will pay, but there's something about vision. You keep casting the seed. Some will fall at the roadside and die, but some will germinate. It's like fruit, like a seed. So the man you're seeing today, Jamie Pajuo, I didn't just arrive, I emerged. You know something called submarine, right? Submarine, and you look around, you're not seeing them, but underneath the water, the submarine is there. And sometimes you need to take a step backward and keep developing yourself. When you will emerge, people will wonder, like, where are you coming from? And to some people, they will think that you are just arriving, but you have been there for long. And guess what? Nobody can deny your existence, because if you are loaded, you'll be needed. It's not a motivational code. It simply means that the world now needs people with substance, people with value. So when I went to Canada, it took me 3 years to study the system. So far in Canada, I will say authoritatively that in my city, I'm the only black guy that will do an event, and you will have 90% people of color and only 10% black people. You should clap. It's not easy. Because for you to dominate in that sector, it means that you have fought against racism. It means you fought against so many things. Cultural barrier, language barrier. It means that you have also mastered cultural awareness. So before, I used to run to, Nigerians will like things coming from abroad. I'm not the one who started it. I'm not the one who's going to end it. But friends, we should be courageous about what we have as a people, our own culture and heritage, so that we can begin to export value over there. Barack Obama, through the United States, designed a program for young people, YALI, right? And they are bringing it to Nigeria. We are designing JPI, we will take it to them. Our own. And when we talk, they will listen. Because value does not beg for attention, it commands it. So in the city where I am today, it is people of color sending messages. We want to be part of, I have at least people of color at least 5 of them as an advisory board. They sent us mail to be part of what we are doing, not the other way around. What am I trying to tell you? It is possible for you to rise above the racism, above the cultural differences, and become a person of value across the world. And no matter where you go to, always remember the road that leads you. That's why I live in Canada today. I can choose to live there and live a good life. But I always remember that there are people here. Because in the first place, what took me there is not just because I want to go and enjoy the snow. I needed to open up the global space for the generation that's going to need it. I've done it for my family. I've done it for the JPI members. And now we are taking it around the world. 2023, we took 27 young people for the first time in the history of my state. We took 27 young people to Rwanda, all expense paid. Flight, accommodation, some feeding. And friends, we did that thing not having all the resources available. But there's something about the human spirit that when your spirit is convinced, it will begin to attract the resources needed. And I'm going to end here very soon. And I want to make this declaration of faith that one day JPI will take young people, we will charter an aircraft and we will take young people out, maybe Singapore, maybe to any country. A day is going to come where a group of people will board the plane and they're asking, who are they? And they say that they are JPI members. Friends, please, this is a call for you to kill anything that represents smallness. The thought that I don't have the resources, it's already will put you at a disadvantage point. I, Jamie Pajuao, never have I executed any project having all the resources available. As a matter of fact, in 2023, the project that I did, I just came online, I announced it, and then I went offline and I said, God, I don't talk more. We have to find a way to make it a reality. Resources will come when we are intentional, audacious, consistent, and without any fear of doubt, take action. It is my greatest desire that you have the courage and the boldness required. This word does not respond to English. It's about courageous. You can have first class and you're a shy person. I will walk in that room and make everybody look like as if they are. Because of what? The mental infrastructure. You know, I made a post, I'm ending now. I made a post and I said something, having fun, saying that I actually picked up my suit bag, forgetting to check inside. So I bought this one here in Abuja. And no. And the thing is this, but I posted saying online, like trying to have fun. Who is going to go to Canada to help me get my suit trouser? And then somebody made a comment. He said, sir, just get a suit of 50,000. You will add value to the suits. Hello? He said, by the time you wear it, the suit will receive value. It then occurred to me that it's not about where we are, it's about what we are bringing. So, Val, the word is waiting for you. You already know my thoughts towards you. And to everyone in this room, As long as you are ready to rule the world, JPI will give you that platform. We are in 15 countries today. Before the end of this year, we will be in at least 50 countries. What we are trying to build is a community so that when you want to go to Singapore, all you need is to, through your state president, the president will reach out to the president of that country and you will have easy access. It is possible, and we are doing it, and we will do it. Thank you so much, and God bless you all.
Amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, please keep clapping. That was electric. Electrifying, electrifying, electrifying. Come on, you can do better than that. Keep clapping. You know what? My notes is filled up with so much value. But before I just say a few things, let me recognize the presence of some of our speakers that just walked in. Dr. Naomi is in the house. Please put your hands together for her. Yes, please. And Dr. Felix is also in the building. Please put your hands together for him. All right, so thank you so much, Dr. Jamie, for that powerful speech. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, everything he said is so true. He mentioned the sponsorship to Rwanda. I'm a product of that sponsorship, like real life. And I can tell you something, that opened up global doors for me. The next year I was in Europe, courtesy of, some of those openings. This year I got another invitation. I will not mention the country yet. But everything he has said is so true. Dr. Jamie said that leadership is about creating value, not followership. So right there, I wrote down something. It's not about success, it's about significance. So let us pass the test of economics and pass the test of meaning and essence. Does that make sense? He also talked about intentionality as a key skill in accessing global relevance. There are two levels of madness. The first level is the one you know. Somebody picks up a dustbin and begins to walk around. The second level of madness looks like two of us. They wear suit and tie every day without having a purpose. That's the second level of madness. So we must be intentional in everything we do. He talked about audacity and, mentioning so many amazing things. He said the world is not for the shy. And I wrote here that if you wait until you are ready, you are late. And then, so much value. So if you don't mind, please jam your hands together one more time for Dr. Jamie Pajol. That was really electrifying. All right, we need to now move to the second speaker. And our second speaker will be speaking to every one of us on strategies for organizational and personal vision alignment. I'm talking about Dr. Naomi Osemedua. Let me just read her profile briefly. Dr. Naomi Osemedua is a globally renowned speaker, coach, and catalyst for transformation. With her dynamic presence and infectious energy, she captivates audiences on stage across 4 continents, leaving a lasting impact wherever she goes. Fondly known as the Sparkle Queen, Naomi sprinkles her sparkle effect on everything she touches, inspiring individuals and organizations to unlock their full potential and achieve unparalleled success. There's so much to read about this amazing woman, but let me conclude to say that with a track record of success and commitment to excellence, Naomi is not just a speaker, she's a force of nature, dedicated to driving positive change and creating a world where everyone has the opportunity to thrive at the center stage. Whether delivering a powerful keynote, leading an interactive workshop, or providing one-on-one coaching, Naomi's passion for excellence shines through, inspiring others to dream big and take bold action. Ladies and gentlemen, do you want the sparkle effect? If you're like me who wants the sparkle effect, say yes. Let's make welcome Dr. Naomi Osemedua to the stage. Thank you so much, ma'am. You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I know it's too cold. Are you cold? Good morning, everyone. Okay, let's stand up. I think come on now. Amazing. Fantastic. Can we be seated? I am deeply honored. Every time Dr. Jamie calls me, I know we're not doing small stuff. Can we please celebrate this visionary leader? We go way back, and every time I'm invited to speak, I like to share the story because it's important for us to identify the people we meet on our journeys. And this event is a typical example. And it's important also for you to not leave this summit not intentionally connecting with at least 3 people. I was minding my business sometime in 2017, and I noticed on Facebook, my name was popping everywhere, and I didn't understand what was going on. So apparently Mr. Dr. Ambassador Jamie had put up a post, and he was looking for a speaker in Abuja. And so everyone who knew me was tagging me under that post. I'd never met him. I didn't know what he was looking for. A couple of weeks later, he reached out on Facebook Messenger to say, well, it looks like the yes have it. And so he got to tell me about Hive Africa. This was 2017. I was pregnant with my daughter. And I remember saying yes to the opportunity. That door has opened many, 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 many more doors for me. So I celebrate you. I celebrate you. A few months ago, we were together for the JPI annual convention. And here we are again. Thank you so much. I don't take this for granted. And of course, to the entire team working behind the scenes, making sure all the parts are moving. I honor you and I celebrate you. And of course, the speakers, as well, the panelists and our very able compare, I honor you. And I cannot even start without celebrating the people who have taken the time to be here this morning. So can you please celebrate yourself? I'm talking about you. Is this how you celebrate yourself? Hello. Okay, very quickly, I am here to speak on strategies for organizational and personal vision alignment. And I'm going to run through quickly because we have some practical work to do. These are some of the objectives. I want us to understand the impact of vision alignment in organizations. We need to go past, let me just get a job or let me just start a business and, let me just run it. The world has shifted, and today, the people who are being celebrated, the people who are enjoying the best of opportunities are people who have visions. Look at the person next to you and say, do you have a vision? Please get an answer. It's a question. Tell them you have a vision. Because if you don't have a vision, then you might just end up going through life aimlessly and wondering, what am I doing here? There are too many people who are living life aimlessly because they have not sat down to catch a vision for their lives. And because we also have employers in the room, it's also important for employers to know that it's no longer just their vision, but also the vision of the people who work with them. So we will explore strategies to communicate company vision effectively, how to help employees connect their personal purpose with the organization's mission, how to foster shared purpose, motivation, and high performance. And we're going to do an interactive quiz. I'm very excited about this, so please get ready. Everyone is taking the quiz. So let me start with a few definitions. Vision alignment. What is vision alignment? I chose a very simple definition. And this is it. The process of ensuring that individual goals, values, and efforts are in sync. So the key word here is sync, because it's one thing to have a vision. The next thing is there an alignment in sync with the broader mission and objectives of an organization? Some of you, I'm afraid to say, have no business with where you are right now. I'll say that again. Some of you, where you are right now, you have no business being there. There is no alignment. And you wonder why people wake up every day and it's almost like they hate Mondays. How many of you have seen those memes? where it's like Mondays, I hate Mondays. And you wonder, if you really are on a path of purpose and a path where you find fulfillment with the work that you do and the work that you are part of, you won't hate Mondays. I don't hate Mondays. There's no day I hate, because every day is an opportunity for me to show up, to serve my world, and to die empty. Because that's my life mission. I don't want to take anything that God has given me to the grave. And that means everywhere I find myself, there must be a tangible expression of that gift. So you want to ask yourself, if you don't have a vision, if you don't have a mission for your life, how are you aligning with the vision of your organization? And as an employer, if there is no vision, and I'm not talking about the vision and mission we put on the board, because we need to go beyond that. A lot of times we put those things on the board, but ask an employee who has been in the company for 1 year, what is our vision? They may not know. What is our mission? They may not know. But we're working together. How are we now on the same path? So, I want to share the statistics by Gallup. It says companies with high vision alignment experience 58% higher employee engagement and 21% greater profitability. How many employers of labor are here? Employers. Oh, so we have, okay, employees, business owners. So you're an employer. Okay, I'll ask again. How many employers are here? You run a business, you have a company, please, I want those, please, indulge me. Can you rise up? I want to see the numbers. Employers, you have a company, it doesn't even matter if you hired your mother. Because sometimes when you're starting out, you are the customer service, you are the one that packs the bag, you are the everything. No, you're an employer. Even if your children are the ones packing the bags when the orders come in, you are an employer. And you better be paying those kids some salary. My husband is here somewhere at the back. Please, can you help me celebrate Mr. Richard Osemedua? Trying to make sure things are working. He has his own business, but today he's here to support me, and I really just want to take a minute to honor him. Thank you, Richard. So employers, fantastic. Okay, be seated. Employees, can I see you? Come, rise up with your full chest. Employees, can I see you? Fantastic. Please, can we put our hands together for employees? Okay. I wanted to do that just so I could understand the numbers in the room. And so we have a very healthy mix, and I love it. Simon Sinek says this: when people are financially invested, they want a return. When they are emotionally invested, they want to contribute. Oh my God. They want to contribute. If you forget anything today, please don't forget this. Because as an employer, this should be the goal. To get your team so emotionally invested in the vision of your organization, because that is where you get to experience what it means for people to contribute. There are too many people who are showing up at work every day and it's just, at the end of the month, pay me my salary, let me go home. And if you are an employee here, please let this summit be the summit where you go back to the drawing board and you have a rethink about that mindset. Let me tell you why. If you have that mindset, you will not thrive, because you will see opportunities and you will not even recognize them. And if you feel the place you're working is not in alignment, it's better to walk away. Life is too short to spend at a job that you find miserable. And we need to talk about this. Life is too short for you to stay stuck. And the reason you have not looked outside is because you've told yourself there's no work out there. Instead of building capacity to the point where you become irreplaceable. And people are now looking for you. You know, it's one thing for you to be looking for. It's another thing for people to look for you. Where would you rather be? Where would you rather be? To be looked for. Now ask yourself, have you built capacity to the point where people are looking for you? Take it home. The cost of misalignment. I want to share what happens when we're not aligned, and I'll run through this very quickly. For employers in the room, the first thing you will suffer is a disengaged workforce. People who don't care. It's like, Q, Sarah, whatever will be, will be. Let the month end, let me collect my money, let me go. I don't want to be a part of anything. You know, it's not that deep. High turnover rates. People are coming, people are going. You're spending so much every day onboarding, training. Lack of innovation and ownership. When people catch a vision of what it is you're doing, something profound happens. Ownership. When people who are working with you catch a vision, they own that vision as if it's theirs. And that is a powerful thing to enjoy. But with misalignment, these are the things that you suffer. For employees, burnout. Burnout is real. The rates of anxiety, depression, and people committing suicide is so high, and you wonder what's going on in the world. A lot of people are burning out. A lot of people are not fulfilled. And so instead of looking for options and finding, you know, places where they will find fulfillment, they give up on life. Unclear career growth paths. Where are you going to? What's your plan? What's your journey? If I pulled you out now and say, tell me, what's your 5-year vision? I love when Jamie was talking about his story. He's an amazing storyteller. And there are so many things to pick out of his journey. But one thing is clear. You can see that he did not start today. True or false? It was not today. He caught a vision. And I love how he was clear. Mentor or no mentor. If you're not seeing what I'm seeing, then you can be a part of my life. Some of you need to go back today and do an assessment of the people that are a part of your circle. Because a lot of people in your circle may not be going anywhere. And so that means as you are trying to go somewhere, because they're not going anywhere, they are pulling you back. And you wonder year in, year out, all the goals and visions I had for the year, why did it not happen? Why was it not accomplished? Check your circle. Check your circle. A lot of employees feel like just a number when there is misalignment. Let me share this very quickly. 5 gems of successful organizations. Number 1 is a clear vision and purpose. Where are we going? What's our vision? Who are we here to serve? What are their pain points? What is the pleasure that we bring to our community, to our clients? Strong communication, because it's one thing to have a strong vision, it's another thing that you're communicating it effectively, because that's a whole different ballgame. That's a whole different conversation. Empowered employees is another gem for successful organizations. Accountability and ownership. I've shared a little bit about this. Having a workforce that owns the vision and carries the vision with you. It makes the load easier. Being a visionary leader comes with a lot. Jamie, have you slept well lately? I mean, there's a lot. They say uneasy lies the head that carries the crown. Nothing beats an organization where the leader, the visionary leader, has a strong force that has owned the vision. Because it means a lot of things that you would naturally do on your own, you would not have to carry that burden because there are people who are lifting you. And I'm reminded of a very beautiful story. It was Abraham. Who held him? Was it Abraham or was it Joshua? There was a battle. Joshua held Moses, and then Aaron was on the other side. There was a battle, a serious battle, and you don't even need to be a believer to understand this story. There was a battle. And I don't know where you are as an employer and the battles that you're facing. And they needed to win that battle. And they needed the sun to stand still. Was that the story? for the sun to stand still. And as long as his hands were up, no, there were two. There was the sun standing still, and then there was, as long as his hand was up, and the battle was, they were winning. But when the hands dropped, and then they were losing. He could not keep his hands up. They needed to win a battle. They needed two people to now hold his hands. And on one side there was Joshua, and on another side, please confirm this. It was Joshua and Aaron holding Moses? Okay, fantastic. I love that. Thank you. You need people. Look at the person next to you and say, you need people. You need people. Culture of recognition and growth. This is also very crucial. Are we recognizing the people on our team? Because sometimes it's easy to say, I pay them salaries, and that's okay. It should be enough. We must go beyond the regular and really start encouraging people by recognizing their work and, of course, showing them paths of growth even within our organizations. Someone cannot come in and be doing well, and where they the path they entered through, say maybe they came in as a front office staff. 5 years later, they're still there. No, that's not growth, and that's not fair. 5 years later, and I said they're doing well. If they're not doing well, it's a different conversation. They're doing well, and 5 years they're in the organization, and they have not moved from that entry point. Something is not okay. So how do we communicate the organization's vision effectively? 4 things. Clarity. Ensure the vision is simple and actionable. It's not in the length of words. It doesn't have to be too long so people will know that you are deep. Sometimes less is more. Ensure the vision is simple and actionable. It's something that everyone understands and everyone can take action. The next thing is consistency, reinforcing. Do you have strategy meetings? Do you have review meetings? Do we have the beginning of the quarter meetings? How often do we have these meetings? And in these meetings, are we reinforcing? Are we training? What's the culture in our organization? These things are important. Storytelling. Bringing the vision to life with real impact stories. I recently had to map out my journey over the last 10 years in the form of a story. And I did it intentionally because I wanted my team who came when things were where they are now to see where I was coming from. As employers, sometimes you feel when people come, let's just go through HR, do the onboarding. But have you really taken the time to tell your story? Because sometimes that might be the missing piece that your employees need to even catch this vision you've been telling them about. It's always fascinating when I take people on the journey and I tell them how almost a decade ago, I was a stay-at-home mom trying to figure out what to do next. I had just had a baby after a 12-year break. So I have 4 children. My first son is almost 23. Then I have 21. Then 12-year break. I have a 10-year-old and soon to be 8. And so between number 2 and 3, some people are already trying to guess my age. Between number 2 and 3, there was 12 years. And I needed to take care of my body because as women, our bodies are unique. I needed to understand my season. Please, no offense to the men. I'm not a man. So I don't know about your systems and your body. And I'm just talking to the girls here. I needed to understand that season. I wasn't as young as I was when I had the first 2. So I stopped doing what I used to do, which was planning of events. I used to plan a lot of corporate events. I walked in here today and I was just in awe. You know, it's absolutely stunning. And I was restless. I needed to do something. But I wanted something that could happen within the confines of my home. You know, a lot of online businesses that we now run and build from the comfort of our homes were not really much of an option then. But Periscope just came out, and I heard about the platform. I was intrigued because this was a platform that allowed people to connect with me from anywhere in the world. How many of you know about Periscope? Have you ever heard of Periscope? Nobody. Nobody. So Periscope was the first live streaming platform before Facebook Live, Instagram Live, before your famous TikTok even was existing. Periscope was there. It's no longer existing. Twitter owned it. A couple of years ago, they totally shut it down because when Facebook and Instagram now started live, they buried Periscope. My baby Periscope. They buried it. But that was where I started my journey. And as a stay-at-home mom at that time, I didn't really think of a business. I just was curious. And so I started going live. And I would connect with people from different parts of the world. And people would ask questions. And it just was, that was it. I remember 6 months in, someone contacted me from America. And she said, "How much do you charge?" I said, "For what?" Because I was clueless. I did not know that what I was doing so easily, people needed it. And this is for someone who is also here, and maybe you're an employee and you're looking to transition. You know that you've overgrown or you've outgrown this place, and you're wondering, what's out there for me? I'm telling you, you know something. You know something that people are willing to pay for. Some of you know things that your organization needs, and you are not opening up to tell your organization, "I know this thing, and it can help us take this business to the next level." And I'm hoping we're picking all the parts that apply to us. And so I started. Almost a decade later, now there is a full-blown company called the Center Stage Company. I've had the privilege of speaking across stages in 4 continents. I'm a 2-time TEDx speaker. But this journey started from home with my smartphone. Now, when I take my team through that journey, for many, they pick different lessons. First of all is the fact that this vision was not today. I'm coming now, but there is where this woman started from. And then the next thing is to say, what has kept her for this long? And my team, they knew. Excellence. I don't play. I don't tolerate mediocrity. It's a taboo. And looking at my journey, you can see that it's consistent. So please, as an employer, don't undermine the power of your story. Take a moment, even if it's once a month, call it Storytelling Friday. Sit with your team and share stories. Allow them ask you questions and see if you will not forge deeper connections. And of course, in such meetings and gatherings, we can have what we call two-way communication, because you want to hear from your people. Talk to your people, but have an open door that allows your people to talk to you. Don't be the boss that says, "I know it all. Nobody can give me any idea." It will amaze you. I've had some of the most brilliant ideas come from my team members. So please, encourage feedback and co-creation. All right, we're almost done. I just want to share this. Helping employees see their role in the bigger picture. 4 things you can do. Individual goal mapping. Connect employee goals to company mission. So this is an assignment for every employer here. Go back, sit with your team, and ask, what is your goal? You don't even need to start with your goal in life. What is your goal in 2025? Can we even check that we're in alignment? Transparency. Can we share progress and can we celebrate contributions? Recognition and rewards. How can we align incentives with company objectives? And of course, empowerment. Providing autonomy and growth opportunities. I talked about this earlier. It's not okay if you have someone who joined you 5 years ago and is doing well, and the person is still at the same position. Simon Sinek, I love him. This is his second quote. People don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. Why do you do what you do? What difference are you bringing to our world? Why should your team members care about the difference you're bringing to our world? So a few tactics. Develop leadership that inspires and connects. Encourage team collaboration and ownership. And finally, foster a culture of continuous learning and adaptability. This is where we're wrapping up. I want us to take a quiz. Where's my team? QR code. Do they have it? So the QR code is going around. You can tap, you can go slide. Yeah, okay. So you can scan this or you can go to the link. Everyone needs to take this quiz because at the end of this quiz, I have gifts for you and you want to take my gifts. So in 5 minutes, and this is the end of my slide because we're taking the quiz and we're gonna have 1 or 2 people come share their results. Please, everyone, it's just gonna take you about 2 minutes. So if you've opened it, you've scanned it, you're there, signify. Has it opened for you? Anyone? Yeah? Okay, fantastic. Take the quiz. So if you get to the page, you see employer or employee. So there are 2 quizzes. If you're an employer, take employer. If you're an employee, take employee. All right. Let's take the quiz. I want to know where you are. It's a vision alignment quiz. Everyone's taking the quiz. Some people are trying to grab the one here. Who has the small? We have a small. Where is it passing through? Okay. Someone's trying to grab it here. We have another one. Can we? Okay. So they don't have to come too far. Okay, so there's a pack here. There's one on this row. So just scan quickly. We've got 3 more minutes. We're taking the quiz. I want you to know how aligned you are as a visionary leader, an employer, and as an employee. Who has finished taking the quiz? It's so quick, so easy, and so fun. Wi-Fi here that we can hotspot? Is there Wi-Fi we can hotspot? Media team, do we have Wi-Fi we can hotspot? Do we? Okay. Please come. Oh, is there a microphone there? Yes. Okay, please tell us.
Please search for NIES 2025.
NIES 225.
It's open, so
it's open. Okay. So let's see if we can log in through that one. And if it's better. Are you done? You've taken the quiz? Do you want to share your score? Come. Yes. Employer, employee. Come stand with me. What's the problem? Are you? Yeah. Okay. So which one? Which one did you take?
Employees.
Employees.
Yeah.
Okay.
So mine is thriving and aligned. 8 to 10 points.
Okay, please put your hands together for him. Thrive and aligned. I love it. That's amazing.
Yeah, thank you.
And you get a free gift.
Oh, wow.
Have you seen it?
Yeah. The next step, download guide. Yeah.
Okay.
This one. I think this is it.
Okay.
Yes.
Make sure, thank you. There you go. So make sure as soon as you're done with the quiz, go grab your free gift. So for all the employees, we have a guide for you. And for all the employers in the room, the Center Stage Company is giving you a complimentary 30 minutes consultation. Absolutely free. Nobody's excited. Should I take my gift? Can I take my gift back? All right, so I'll take 2 more. You're done? Please come. So I've gotten from an employee. Are you an employee? Employer? Employer? Yes, come. I'll take one more employee. Yes. And one more employer. Yes, go.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Nwankwo Jennifer. Okay, here I'm striving and aligned. Okay. 8 over 10.
8 over 10.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, in my company, we have a strong communication level. I'm into real estate. So we have a great communication level, and I love what you said, that it's good for the main person that bear the vision to tell your story about yourself. So my boss is somebody that tells you, if you're coming in, even if you're a visitor, he will meet you and tell you his story. So everyone is inspired. So with that, everybody has taken ownership of the vision. So we run with it. He doesn't monitor us or check what we do, because from day one, as a visitor, we have already aligned with the vision. We're running with it, and we want to do more. And he's somebody that listens. So even at the moment, the company has already offered me a partnership with them. So I'm growing. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for sharing. And this is a real life example of the power of storytelling. Again, if you're not leveraging it as an employer, you are losing so much. Are you employer or employee? Employee. Okay, your results.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My result here is thriving and aligned, 8 over 10.
Okay, 8 over 10. I love it.
So one thing that motivates me about my company, the name is Norambeja Asset Management, is that achievements are celebrated. So whenever you achieve your goal in your area, you're being celebrated and encouraged to do more. And then on a weekly basis, we are empowered with trainings to align our goals with that of the company. And then we also have opportunities to get mentors on who will guide you on what to do and where you really intend to be.
Fantastic.
Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Okay, one more. Yes, sir. I love that. Thank you. You want to share too? Come. Come close. Any more? I'm done. I just want feedback. There you go.
For employee?
Employer. Right. Your employee.
Yes, please.
Okay, go. What's your result?
My result here says 8 over 10, thriving and aligned. I work with Penfield Synergy World Limited. As a matter of fact, this is my 6th seminar for the year. So the company is out there to make you go for trainings and get certified so that you get your growth path so well. So in my company, what we do is we have our monthly, twice monthly meeting. That's the bi-monthly meeting, where the founder and his partner, they share their story. In sharing their story, we are aligned. And then we begin to find ourselves in the things we need to do to own our own space and bring our contribution and value to the company. So this is why I am here as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, are you still coming? Come. And then come. Can I take one more? Are we still good on time? 2 more minutes. Okay. Come, darling. Yes.
Hi, good morning. Good morning. Me, I had 8 over 10.
So no, wait. You see, all this 8 over 10. I'm willing to have someone here who didn't score 8 over 10. Are you 8 over 10? 8 over 10. 8 over 10. You're a culture architect. No, all of them have the name. So 8 over 10 is a culture architect. So we break it down to tell you your position, and then we give you a free gift. But I need somebody who didn't score 8 over 10. Can we be vulnerable? Do you want to come? What's the challenge? Okay, so that's a question. So hold that thought. I'll probably just address that before I have to leave. But you're here.
I scored 8 over 10 and I'm a cultural architect, but I'm an employer, not an employee.
So did you take the employee or employer?
Employer.
Okay.
And
as an employer?
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
I recently started a startup. It went a digital marketing solution because I built my brand personally. So most time, all my team presently, I motivated them on the part that I built my brand with my name, so you too can do it. So, and when they search it on the brand on Google on their phone, they see that, okay, they can see me. So it's also motivated. I also inspire them that they can also build their own personal brand. So when they are while also working with the organization. So, and that is.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. All right, quickly, just tell us your score. We already know it's 8 over 10 anyway. Is there anything else you want to add? Just.
You actually talked about. Okay. She actually talked about encouraging staffs, and it got me. Even here, I said it, I don't do it often. I feel like I've paid you, you got your job done. I'm going to improve.
Wow, okay, thank you. Did we get that? Did we get that? I really love this feedback, and thank you for being vulnerable. Because yes, we're all a work in progress. We're all learning. She picked something about, encouraging her team more. And she's shifting away from that mindset of, I'm paying you and that's enough, and she's going to do more. So please, can we really celebrate this employer? Thank you. Yeah, I think I would love that. What you're doing.
All right. Thank you so much, ma'am. My name is Isaac Victor, and I'm into real estate. As a matter of fact, Homeland Group is a real estate company. Okay, when actually you were doing your exposition, I was able to pick something that is very common with that of my boss. That's clarity. When you talk about clarity, it has to be very simple. It's not meant to be ambiguous. Like my boss will always tell you that if a client is hesitating to make a payment or to close a deal, you should tell him to pay now, or pay double tomorrow. Very simple. So therefore, I am so happy I got value in your exposition. And secondly, consistency, because consistency is a very big tool to utilizing anything you want to do, achieve goals, and set priorities for yourself. Thank you so much.
I love it. Thank you. Final thoughts. Your result, employer, employee?
Both.
Oh, both. Okay.
Yeah. So I got 8 over 10, thriving and. Okay, so I'm a sales partner with a company. When I graduated from school, less than 2 years ago, the first company I worked with, my boss was empowering us back to back. So he said after every sale, there was he takes us out, and there are some extra things that we always get to encourage us, which was very nice. I applied to other companies, but as I was not seeing that, I ran back. So secondly, I started my own company late last year, and during the Christmas season, a lot of people that worked for me, they did excellently well, and I was able. Okay, I'm a real estate agent. Yes, Ralda Realty. So we partner with other estates and put it, yes. So my boss normally says, your money is not in your bank, it's in people's pockets. So whenever we're able to tap into your pockets and get money back, we usually just empower those people and just give them some gifts and all. Lastly, you said something about consistency. Where I worked and where I have my business, I always encourage people, go every day. If you're sitting in the house, you're not going to get anything, and be in the audience every day. So I just want to be grateful for the work environment that empowered me and for this value that I got here. Thank you.
I love it. Thank you so much. Please put your hands together for everyone that contributed. So we do have free gifts. Once you've taken the quiz as an employee, you will get a guide. It's called the Employee's Guide to Career Fulfillment. To start aligning your career today. You are going to love it. We built it with love for you. And all the employers, you have the privilege also of booking a complimentary consultation for us to either enhance or even to develop your custom alignment strategy for your team. Absolutely free, just because we love Dr. Jamie. Please. All right, we also have open workshops. My team is at the back. We're happy to, just respond to your inquiries, and of course, our office is open for you to engage with us. So on a final note, I would like to end with this. When individual purpose aligns with the company's vision, success becomes inevitable. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, if that was powerful, please give it up for Dr. Naomi. Come on, you can do better than that. That was so much value, very practical, very practical. So before I say a few things, I want to recognize the presence of one of our speakers. She walked in while I was making the other announcement. I'm talking about Mrs. Adetunji. Miss Adetunji, please put your hands together for. Ma, they don't even know where you're seated. Could you just, yeah, please. Thank you so much for coming. All right, so the seat in front of you is for our speakers. Just if you could just move in front. Okay, Dr. Naomi said a couple of things that I found very interesting, and I know you also did. She said something very critical. She said, the people who are going nowhere want you to go there with them. And that resonated deeply with these thoughts I've always held, that the farmer who planted nothing always see the rain as a nuisance. So people who are not going anywhere want you to go there with them. So if you have a vision, align with those who are also going there with you. I also noted here that if salary is the only thing your organization loses on you, you've not really started contributing. She talked about the fact that you need people. You need people whether you are an employee or an employer. And in fact, that's really consolidated my belief that if people love you and respect you without coercion, then you're a leader. But if people obey you because they don't have a choice, then you need to start working on your leadership. So much value. And then she talked about giving room for two-way communication. I don't know if you guys have seen a video on Instagram making rounds. A lady was saying, she was in her company, right? But she was making a phone call. She was like, hello, I'm ready for the interview. Okay, give me 2 minutes. Within an organization, but she was already preparing for an interview from another organization. That's to say that there's something wrong where she's working. So as we prepare ourselves for CEO roles and empires in the future, we need to take all of these things into cognizance. Thank you, Dr. Naomi, for not just delivering value, but for also offering free gifts to our participants. Okay, she's over there. Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause one more time for Dr. Naomi. All right, if you've been getting value, please let me hear you say, yeah. If you're sure you've been getting value from the inception of this summit, please say, yeah. All right, so much more value are waiting for us. Our next speaker will be speaking to us on a very crucial topic. And the topic he's going to be speaking to us on is strategies for thriving in a competitive business environment. See, there's nothing new under the sun. Whatever thing you're thinking, someone has thought about it. Whatever business you want to initiate or develop, someone is already succeeding at it. But how can you compete? How can you thrive in an environment where people are doing excellently well? Well, Dr. Felix Achibiri, the chairman CEO of DFC Holdings, will be leading us in that conversation. But before he comes up, please indulge me as I read his profile. Felix Achibiri is an alumnus of Harvard Business School, an astute entrepreneur and businessman with over 20 years of experience spanning leading companies in several sectors of the Nigerian economy. His extensive corporate experience comes with proven achievements in oil and gas, engineering and construction, financial service, agribusiness, mobile money operations, digital biometrics, inclusive real estate, and energy sectors, both locally and internationally. Felix Achibiri has core leadership, business conceptualization, development, and strategy skills. He sits on the board of companies such as Gel Utility Limited, Genesis Energy Group UK, Fortis Microfinance Bank PLC, where he served as the chairman of the board. He is the founder and chairman of DFC Holdings Limited, a privately owned, internationally diversified African company set up to take advantage of investment opportunities in different continents as identified by a holding entity. In recognition of his entrepreneurial and business acumen, Felix Achibiri is a recipient of several local and international awards, amongst which are member, the prestigious Conservative African Business Group London, member, British Safety Council, member, African Energy Association, member, Body of Fellows of Industrialists and Management Development, fellow, Public Administration and Management Development Institute, fellow, Institute of Credit Administration, and chairman of the Industrial Policy Council of the Institute of Professional Industrialists and Management Development of Nigeria, and so on. Ladies and gentlemen, if I go on and on, we are not going to end here, but give it up for Dr. Felix Achibiri as he comes on stage to speak to us on strategies for thriving in a competitive business environment. Please don't stop until he gets on this podium. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Felix Achibiri. I work for DFC Holdings Limited. It is a pleasure to be here today at this Workforce Development Summit with a team shaping leaders for a global workforce. I'm glad to be here speaking to a room filled with brilliant minds, entrepreneurs, business leaders, and industrialists, and men and women shaping the future of our industries. I'd first also like to thank Dr. Jami Pejo. We're meeting for the first time. It's a pleasure for meeting you and having this opportunity to share insight on a topic that is more relevant now than ever, and that is how to thrive in a competitive business environment, especially the type we find ourselves. I once had a business partner, he's a British, and he said to me, Felix, for you to succeed in African environment and in Nigerian environment, then your bank of patience needs to be filled to the reserve. So it's a very complex, environment. It's an environment that oftentimes defies even what you're taught in Oxford, in Cambridge, in Harvard. So you need to ingeniously come up with your own philosophy, ideas that can help you to succeed. This is my 39 years in business, so I know what I'm talking about. But before I dive in, I want to challenge a fundamental assumption we all make about competition. Most businesses believe that the key to success is outpacing your competitor or being faster or cheaper or more efficient. But the truth is that the most successful companies don't just compete. They redefine the game and take charge and become the king of their sector. Don't just compete. Redefine the game entirely. And today, that's what we're going to explore. How can you take charge of your environment? How can you take charge of your chosen sector? And reframing the competition narrative is one of the things I'll be sharing with us today. After spending over 35 years navigating different industries from energy to real estate to power to microfinance, to mobile money, and to construction, and to engineering, the fundamental truth remains that the biggest mistake we all make is trying to be better than your competition. Early in my career, I thought success meant outperforming my rivals, or outstriving them in what we do, proving I was stronger, more intelligent, faster, and more innovative. But over time, I realized that true industry leaders don't just compete, they make competition irrelevant. And your ability to make competition irrelevant keeps you on a different framework. Earlier today when Dr. Pajor was talking, he talked about courage. The ability to have courage. That courage is actually what defines you. It doesn't really matter who your father is or your mother or where you're coming from. And I remember my early days after secondary school, I just gained admission into University of Port Harcourt. And as I walked into campus that day, as I drove into campus, because I had a car, I saw posters listed, littered everywhere. Men and women with beautiful suits, tie, clothes. And I asked, what are these people doing? And they told me they were competing for student union, parliamentary council, some for SCG president, and all kinds of positions. And I looked at my friend. I told him I'm interested. He laughed. He said, "You're just a jambite. Jambites don't, And he said to me, the jambites don't compete. I said, I'm interested. And I asked him a fundamental question. And I said to him, is there anything inhibiting or prohibiting a year one student from competing? He said, none that he's aware of, but just that it's been an old-time tradition. I said, okay, I want to run for the Student Union Parliamentary Council, representing marketing constituency 1. He said, okay, let's go meet the president. I said, okay, who is the president? He said, his name is Joe. So we went to see Mr. Joe. And I got to Joe's corner. I still remember I was wearing a brown Piccadilly jacket, brown Piccadilly shoe, and I was just carrying a brown Piccadilly briefcase. So when I walked in, he thought I was an MBA student until I introduced myself to him. So he now asked me, why are you here? And I said to him, my name is Felix Archibald. I'm a student of Uniport, Department of Marketing, and I seek to contest for the office of the parliamentarian in the Student Union Legislative Council. And I understand that the year one students are forbidden, and I've come here to confirm yes or no. And Joe looked at me and said, no, nothing is stopping a year one student from contesting. It's just that it's been an old tradition. I said, thank you, sir. So what do I need to do? I said, by the way, what are you doing? He said, nothing. I said, can we go have lunch and discuss? And we walked out, and I opened my car. It was a 230 flatbush Mercedes Benz, blue. I spent at least 1 hour every morning polishing that car with a very strong alloyed rim and an open roof. So, and while we were driving to Essence Restaurant, I started playing Mr. Bombastic, and I saw him nodding. So, which is a sign of affirmation that all that shall be discussed here today shall be implemented. And when we got to the restaurant, so I asked him, what do I need to do? He said, pay for your form. As a matter of fact, today is the final day. And I bought the form. And less than 24 hours, my posters were littered everywhere. I had one with a blue suit and a turtle black shirt and a Bali shoe. I had another one with a full jacket, black jacket with a blue tie. I had different posters. And I did that within 24 hours. And this particular lady, Jennifer, the most beautiful girl in that department, I met her during registration. And I asked her, would you be my campaign manager? She said, yes. I said, okay, what do I need to do? She said, well, you need to buy packets of carbon, biscuits, mineral, Fanta, Coke for the girls in the hostel. I said, okay, consider it done. I made the resources available. So the next day, the news filtered everywhere that this guy, jammed his posters everywhere. The guy is contested, year one student. Then a guy walked to me and said to me, his name is Carlo, that you have to put down those posters. You can't contest your year one students. Then another girl walked up to me again and said, her name is Ijoma. She's a year 3 student that you cannot contest. Boom, they wrote petition. 1 to the Dean, Student Affairs. And the title of the petition, there's a year 1 student trying to disrupt the peace on campus. And if something not done to arrest the situation, that it may, blown into big crisis. And copied Senate, copied Dean, Faculty of Management Sciences, Professor Wachuku, copied HOD Marketing. And the petition was everywhere. So when a copy of, and also copied the SUG president, Mr. Larry Alameke. So when Mr. Larry Alameke got the petition, he handed it over to the director of social. And when the director of social got the petition, he saw the name. He said, I only know one Felix Achibira. He was my senior prefect in secondary school. Because after secondary school, I couldn't go to university immediately. I had to spend 3 more years hustling, trying to put things together before going to school because, everything that had to do with my education, I provided. Then, the British guy had been swallowed by Nigerian culture because even designing the future instead. What industry rule would you want to change? Think about it. What is that industry rule that I want to change? Be it in your real estate business, what is the rule that you want to change? Be it in your transport business, what rule do you want to change? The guys in Oba woke up one morning and they came with an idea and they redefined everything that has to do with transportation and logistics. Therefore, our next move, we must, one, identify outdated industries and assumptions and make away with it, do away with it. We must find an unmet need or inefficiency. In your real estate sector, what is that unmet need? What is that inefficiency that you have seen, that you've observed, that you think we should do away with? Then we must build solutions that make competition totally irrelevant. It is in your ability to make competition irrelevant that makes you the king of the sector. The competitive feature is beyond AI and market trends. The next competitive battlefield is not just AI. It has to go with strategic alliance and human ingenuity. If you have all the AI and you don't have the right human ingenuity, you're going to fail. As a business leader seated here today, what do you think would define the next business level? Is your ability to outthink and not to outspend your competitors. Because what we do here, let me outspend my competitor. Let me do more advert. No. You need to think, what is that thing that is lacking? How can I compete in this sector? Oh, the price of fuel has gone to the roof. The price of, bills and the rest of that. So how do I run this place efficiently and still remain afloat? Another challenge to the audience. What if the feature of your industry isn't about being the best, but about making the current way of doing business obsolete? Thriving in a competitive business environment, like I said, in a system, in a sector like ours, a bank of patients needs to be filled to the reserve. And I want to speak to us on some principles that have helped myself personally and also DFC Holding as a company. One is intelligent-led competition. How do I win even before the battle begins? You need to win even before the battle begins. Information warfare. The best business does not react. Unconventional data source. Sometimes unconventional data source could help your competition because oftentimes we overlook some of those areas in our gathering our data. I'll give you an example. A few years ago when we started developing this ecosystem, we looked at the various cities because you're talking about cross-border payments. And we're looking at how do we design the infrastructure to accommodate everyone. We realized that Kano alone, as at then, 2 years ago, Kano alone had over 60,000 keke napep. They are not captured in the these guys don't own bank accounts. They don't go to bank. Over 60,000, and they make, if you have your calculator there, please help me and punch. These guys make average of 6,000 naira a day. Times it by 30, times it by 12, times it by 60,000. Do you have the number? 6,000 naira daily times 30 times 12 times 70,000 thereabout. What are you getting? Some of you, your calculator may not be able to carry it. What number are you seeing? Eh? Over 1 trillion. 1 trillion. 1.5 trillion. This is the amount of money that goes informally, not captured in the radar. Also, between Kano, Kebbi, Sokoto, over 8 to 10 billion naira of cow goes to Lagos every day. Not also captured in the financial radar or your data. And some of you that are used to Italy, you go to the leather market in Italy. It's a popular leather market in Italy where you get the best and the finest of leather. Those leather are actually from the north. They move from Sokoto, Kano, Benikebi to Onitsha, from Onitsha to Morocco, from Morocco off there to Italy. From there, your Versace, your Gucci, and all those expensive bags are made. But they live here. Unconventional data source. Competitive intelligence overlook these areas. But your ability to go down deep and take those data, even if you have to gather them manually, will help you in formulating the right business plan and eventual business objective that will help you to win. Tactical application using AI-driven market analysis for predictive positioning. That is why the technological tool is there. How do I use it and position myself very well? Then number 2, category design. Escape the race and own the space. The sky is too wide. Have you seen two birds colliding? No. When you escape the race, you own it and you start gliding at your own pace. It's only when you're small-minded and you start struggling over little, things and all that. I give you an example. Salesforce didn't just build the CRM model. They defined cloud CRM before even the market understood what was going on. Also, strategic alliance is very important. You all know about Amazon AWS. What are they doing? Today, they're providing services for even their competitors. They control the infrastructure. So as a competitor, you have no choice but to sit on their infrastructure. So they've escaped the race. They own the space. They've made competition totally obsolete. And this brings me, as a roundup, to value. What is your core value? A core value framework for thriving in a competitive environment. If you don't have value, you can't succeed in a difficult, challenging business environment. You can just be tossed anyhow. To thrive in a competitive business environment, companies must go beyond traditional strategies and adopt a mindset that fosters adaptability, innovation, and sustainable leadership. And when we were starting DFC, we knew that the time will come when we need to grab various challenges. And what did we do? We came up with an acronym, which we call the Felix acronym. It's an acronym that provides a strategic direction, blueprint for long-term success in our chosen industry. And in each of those elements translate to winning business philosophy for us. And the number 1 is F. F stands for flexibility. You can't survive in a competitive environment if you're stiff. This is how I used to do it. You must be able to be flexible. Adapting to change before it becomes a crisis. And I'll give you an example. In 2004, I worked for a telecom organization. I was the group head business development and strategy. I was quite young. And I also doubled as the personal assistant to the chairman. We had this major challenge which others would have seen as a major threat. But we didn't see it as a threat. We saw it as an opportunity to realign. And what was it? A particular telecom vendor had threatened to suspend our switch because of a little commercial issue we had with that particular telecom vendor. Not only did he go to court, but he was mischievous. The vendor wanted to disrupt the entire business. And if we allow that vendor to proceed, what that means is that our 80,000 subscriber-based equipment switch would have been abruptly disrupted, which would have made us to lose all the data and eventually get shut down. But one evening, it occurred to me, I was quite young. I told my boss I wanted to go and talk to a particular Chinese firm. And I reached out to the Chinese firm and I said, okay, let's meet at Golden Gate Restaurant on Kingsway Road in Lagos. And when I met them that evening, I shared with them the vision of the company, our strategies, our plans to launch CDMA across West Africa and all that. And the Chinese company got so excited that they offered us donation agreement. That was the first time I had donation agreement. They said, you know, your name, I said, Felix Ofalax, we donate 50,000 equipment free. You know the way the Chinese speak. And together we go everywhere. I said, okay. And I thought they were joking. And the next day, they had already put the agreement in place. And I took it to my boss and I showed my boss, I said, sir, this is what these guys are willing to do. These guys are willing to give us an alternative switch that has about 50, that has a capacity for 50,000 subscribers. But again, that will still be enough because we have about 80,000. What do we do? I said, okay, I have a plan. I took that same agreement. I met another company, which was the biggest Chinese company. And I said to them, listen, we're on the verge of launching across, sub-Saharan Africa. We're already getting offers. As a matter of fact, one of your competitors in China has given us an offer to give us donation free. I just flashed it. They said, can we see? I said, no, it's confidential. What are you offering? They said, you know what? Why not come to China? I said, well, if you want us to come to China, then make everything available. They bought our tickets, first class for my boss, business class for me, all expense paid. And we flew British Airways to Heathrow. From Heathrow, we flew to Hong Kong. Then when we got to Hong Kong, there was a VIP treatment. And, between Hong Kong and Shenzhen, it's just, a stone throw. So Huawei team were there to receive us in 2004. And they drove us straight to the factory. To cut the matter short, we came back from that meeting with a full-blown agreement with one of the most favorable time we have ever received. And the equipment was flown in less than 48 hours. And the next week, we received the entire equipment. So sometimes, it's not every challenge, every crisis that you face that is there to destroy you. Some of those crises is actually for you to look inward and re-strategize and find out the value that lies beneath it that can optimize your business. Remember, just like the case of Jesus and Lazarus in the Bible, he said that this sickness is not unto death, but that the Son of Man may manifest himself. So sometimes when you face crisis as a businessman, one thing I want you to know that every crisis, every problem has a beginning date. It also has an expiry date. What you need to do as a businessman, make sure you do not expire before the problem, because the problem eventually will expire. And don't also forget that barking dog, every barking dog seldom bites. But when the dogs begin to bark like crisis, whoa, and you're so scared, and you're absent-minded, and you run across the road, you wouldn't know when an incoming vehicle will hit you, and you will die. And you know what the dog is going to do? The dog will pause for a few seconds, wag his tail, lick his tongue, and go back, but you're a dead man. But when the dogs begin to bark, and you confidently and audaciously look at that dog and you bark back, the dog is going to run back. So to thrive in a difficult business environment, one of your core principles will be adapting to every challenge and making value out of it. Another example, Netflix transition from DVD rentals to streaming even before the market demanded for it, leaving blockbusters behind. What is the application, therefore, for you and us business people? Businesses should continuously assess market shift, customer behaviors, and emerging technology to stay ahead of the curve. The key question to us today is your business structured to adapt quickly to industry shifts, or are you stuck in a rigid model that will soon be outdated? Then the E, empowerment, building a culture of ownership and innovation. Two of the past speakers, my sister, the other speaker, said it. If you must build a thriving organization, make your employees part of it. In DFC, we've got what we call DFC Employee Trust Scheme Limited. The Trust Scheme Limited own a portion of the company. So every company, so it is a company, it is our company. So most other subsidiaries, some of them are also our staff who also run those subsidiaries. They are also shareholders in those business. The principle, therefore, is a business that empower employees, customers, and stakeholders create an ecosystem where innovation thrives. Take the Google example. Google gives the employees 20% of their time to work on personal projects. And if your project is disruptive enough, Google will invest in it, make you the CEO, and you still be a staff. Example is Gmail. Gmail is a product of Google. The CEO of Gmail is a Google staff, and yet is a billionaire still working for Google. You can see why Google is more than the size, GDP is more than the size of Africa. Because they've learned to empower their employees. The application, therefore, for us today as business people, empower your team with autonomy, knowledge, and the right tool to make bold decisions that drive competitive advantage. And the key question for you, are you fostering a culture where employees are customers and customers feel like co-creators in your success, or they are just lookers? Then the L, leadership defining the future, not just following trend. Driving businesses don't just keep up with change, they lead it. Leadership isn't about authority, it is about vision, execution, and influence. Example, Tesla. Tesla didn't wait for electric cars to become mainstream. What did they do? They pioneered and defined the EV industry. And today they are the king. Application for you and I as business leaders. Businesses should focus on thought leadership, strategic foresight, and proactive decision making rather than reactive competition. And the key question, are you shaping the future of your industry, or are you merely trying to stay relevant? Then the I acronym, integrity, the ultimate competitive edge. Remember, trust is not sold off the shelf. Trust is earned. Am I right? So trust and credibility are more valuable than short-term gains. Companies that operate with integrity build loyal customer base and long-term sustainability. Example, Patagonia's commitment to ethical and fashion has set it apart in highly competitive industry. They decided to making, conservative wears. Make sure, regardless of what the trend is saying, we want to make conservative wear. Our women must be properly covered. That is what they believe in. And that has kept them consistency to where they are today. Application, therefore, for you and I as business leaders. Ensure that ethical practices, transparency, and corporate responsibility are core business drivers, not just marketing strategies. Key question, does your business model prioritize long-term trust over short-term wins? Then the last acronym, X. Excellence, the relentless pursuit of innovation and quality. The principle I want to share from this is that excellence is not all about being perfect. It is about continuously improving, innovating, and setting new benchmark. Example, Apple's obsession with quality and user experience make its product industry leader. Despite competition from cheaper alternative, even I'm guilty of this. I still use my Infinix phone, unfortunately. My staff have all complained. In fact, they say I'm embarrassing them, but I just hope someday, sometime I will change from Infinix and maybe start using something more quality like the Apple phones. The application, therefore, for you and I as business leaders is that
create so much value that your competitors will become an afterthought. I mean, that was so amazing. And, while I was listening, I was also taking notes, and I wrote here, take a stake in the options. Stop looking for crumbs. And I think I need to also stress this for African entrepreneurs, because we're looking to outspend or outbeat the other person, while businesses from the global north, they thrive on collaboration. Google, Larry Page, Sergey Brin, Apple, Steve Wozniak, Steve Jobs. Even in Nigeria, Paystack that is thriving, Shola Akinlade, Ezra Olubi. Like, there's always partnership between one person or another. Taking a stake in the options also means that nobody will see you as a competition, but they will get value from whatever product or services you have to offer. Look at DSTV, GoTV, same company. So if you say, GoTV is for poor people, I go for DSTV. Well, the company says your money is coming to us, right? You said that, and then I also wrote here, Peak Milk, 3 crowns. Same company, Freelance Campina. Toyota, Lexus, same company. So let's learn to take a stake in the options. All right, before I invite the next speaker, I would like to make some people are standing. Lots of people are standing, so there's no keeping or reserving chair for somebody, please. If your friend is not here, quickly text them or call them to come and sit, because we don't want to reserve any chair for somebody who is not within the space. Okay? Please, let's take notes. All right, so it's not just going to be a talking conference. We'll give room for interaction, especially during the panel session, so everybody will have the chance to interact with us. But before that, I would like to all right, so I've just received an instruction that we are going on a 5 minutes break. Let's call it a bathroom break, so that whatever it is that will be coming after now will sink deeply. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we have 5 minutes bathroom break. Don't go too far. Seats are scarce, so that someone will not take your seats. All right, I'll see you all in 5 minutes. Thank you very much. You can stand up, move around, shake your body, go to the restroom, pay your tax, and then come back in 5 minutes. All right, I can see that we are having a great time. So in the next 1 minute, I'll call us back into the classroom to continue this learning experience in the next 1 minute. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to classroom. So let's begin to wrap up all of the photo sessions, interactions. So I'll just give you 30 seconds, right? Just 30 seconds to wrap up so that we can come back to class. All right. All right, so everyone, welcome back to class. Please let me confirm if you've been having an awesome time. All right, let me confirm if you've been having value for your time since morning, okay? If you've been getting value for your time, show by raise of hand. Some people are not getting value. Show by raise of hand. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So just to mention that we're expected to leave this place between 2:30 to 3 o'clock, so we don't intend to keep anybody beyond necessary. So stay put, water will soon be served. I know some persons will be like, what about the jollof rice and fried rice? It's on the way. All right, before I welcome the next speaker who is going to speak to us on financial management, strategies for managing a remote or distributed workforce, Dr. Jemmy, please indulge me as I just recognize the presence of Ambassador Sam Takon, who is the African Regional Director of American Management University. Ambassador Sam, where are you? All right, please put your hands together for him. Amazing, amazing work they're doing in Nigeria and Africa. So our next speaker is Ms. Adetunji, who is the managing partner, Zainab C. Momo and Co. Before she comes up, let me read her bio. Zainab Momo Adetunji is a visionary entrepreneur, seasoned trainer, and expert consultant renowned for transforming businesses' financial futures. With expertise in tailored tax strategies, financial clarity solutions, and innovative advisory services, she empowers organizations to achieve measurable growth, reduce tax liabilities, and secure sustainable success. As a business and financial advisor, specializing in MSME, that's macro, small and medium enterprise development, Zainab provides bespoke compliance and enterprise solutions. She is passionate about equipping non-financial CEOs with structured financial systems, effective tax compliance strategies, and actionable insights to support informed decision making. There's just a whole lot of amazing things about our speaker, but let me wrap it up by mentioning that she's driven by a mission to empower businesses with financial clarity and tax efficiency. She envisions a future where organizations across Nigeria and beyond achieve sustainable growth and compliance through innovative solutions. Through financial clarity and accountability systems, she has impacted over 5,000 business owners, helping them save on taxes, optimize business financial processes, and drive profitability. Ladies and gentlemen, please, if your hands are not too busy, which I'm sure they are not, join me to welcome on stage Ms. Adetunji Zainab. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Good afternoon, all. I would have said, okay, let's stand, but we just came back from a 5 minutes walk. Now I want to ask a question before we dive into what we have to talk about today. I know most of us here are business owners. If you have, please just show by your hands. Very good. So you have a business, your business is registered, yes or no? Do you know your obligation as the owner of the business to yourself and to the government? Sorry, it's going to be, my session is an interactive session because it's what we drive into everybody. So with a show of hand, I can give you the mic, so we'll talk. Do you know your obligation? You've set up a business for a purpose, right? You have a vision. Do you know your obligation to your company, one, and to government, two? This is serious. And your business owners. Okay, as a business owner, do you know what you're supposed to do? The filing you're supposed to do as a business owner? Okay. Sorry.
Thank you very much. My name is Minabai Seibofa, and I am the Chief of Protocol, Shieldfield Protocol Consultants Limited. We provide protocol and executive protection services for businesses, organizations, and high net worth individuals. Okay, so the question is an interesting one because just a few weeks ago, I was bidding for a contract. Lo and behold, my registration is done. I did my filings for 2 years, 2 years I did my filings. I just did it recently. And when I went for this, I was asked, where is your tax clearance certificate? Number one, that shook me like a bomb. This is because, it's not because I've been avoiding it, but because I have not really done any business with the government sector. So I've been doing mostly private individuals, and so I really didn't need to show that certificate as a business. They asked me, where's your NIS ITF? Where is your BPP? Where is your PENCOM? And I'm like, where I did get?
Sorry, didn't understand why I asked that question.
Yes. So when you ask the question, the thing hits me, right? And I'm like, now this is why my business. When I met the person who was to do this for me, he said in local parlance, now we go know people will get business.
That is it.
Because you the answer CEO and you know get this thing, you know be CEO. So it resonates much more with me, and I'm glad this is part of the topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Why I asked that question, most of us as business owner, we get it wrong. We feel because we don't do job with government, there is no need for me to have my financials, or there is no need for me to have the necessary certificates. When the needs come, then just like our brother, sorry will be your case. So now for every business, there are things you need to do. For aspiring business owners, for those that already been in business for years, there are financial management strategies for managing a remote and distributed workforce. I'll ask another question. How many of us like remote work? Employee, how many of us like remote work? I'm not seeing the hands, please. Employer, how many of us don't like giving remote work? Do I have an employer like me in the house that don't like giving remote work? Let me see you, please. Oh, it's as if I'm the only one. Dr. Jamie, do you like giving remote work time to employee, or which do you prefer?
All right, so I think it's a balance. I usually love to balance it, but I will say categorically that the understanding kind of differs. You know, for those in developed nations, they have a solid knowledge of what it means to work from home. As an employer, in fact, working with some people in Nigeria, sometimes they want to turn me into a madman because it's not easy. And sometimes you think somebody is working from home, they are the markets.
Seriously.
And the loss of productive time that is being wasted, and at the end of the day, you are paying salary for nothing. You know, and I think that's why I'm now teaching what is called workplace faithfulness, where you are faithful to yourself. You know, because it's supposed to be a good thing to help you balance other things. But when you begin to cheat on using company's time to do other things, at the end of the day, we are losing productivity. And the progress of any nation is being measured by their productive hour. So the reason Canada is Canada, US is US, UK is UK is because their productive hours are being managed effectively. In fact, in Canada, there are some places you will go to, you can't use your phone. And work from home, sometimes when you leave the computer for more than 10 minutes, it will alert your manager. We don't have such infrastructure here. Here, somebody will tell you, I'm walking. Maybe, yes, they're actually walking on the road, not the actual walk. So I would say balancing it, as long as the individuals are honest, it will help to kind of create work-life balance. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Jamie. Okay, for this section, we'll be looking at our learning objective to identify unique financial challenge in managing remote workforce, exploring strategic budgeting, payroll, cash flow, and compliance. Then examine the leadership skill required to drive financial success in distributed team. There's going to be a question, and Okay, there's going to be a question. I'm going to read it out, and I need honest answers if you really know. How much do you think business save globally annually per remote employee? Globally, how much do you think businesses save? We have an option of $5,000, $11,000, $20,000. Any answer? Can try. Any answer? Normally, what the answer is $11,000 per employee per year. That's a global workforce analysis. That is what globally is saved from remote employee. Another question goes this way. What percentage of global workforce will be remote by 2030? Do we know? All of us that want to work remotely, what's the percentage of the global workforce will be remote by 2030?
Hi. This is a guesswork, 60%.
Okay. We actually have 30%, 50%, and 70%.
50. Let me go for the middle.
I think 30%, because 2030 is still too short for people to adopt such.
Okay, the answer is actually 70%. That was by Ford studies. Actually 70%. So you see, in as much that we are trying to balance it to have an hybrid kind of work, the same way we need to now start creating policies to ensure that your workforce are held liable. They adhere to your company policies. Because by 2030, there might actually be no physical office for people to come to work. With the invention of technology and things, there are so many companies now that they even hardly have a physical office. Everything is done virtually. So we need to prepare ourselves for that. Like Dr. Jamie just said a few minutes ago, most people here in Africa, I'm not going to capitalize just in Nigeria, in Africa, we lack integrity when it comes to working remotely. Actually, I am talking to guide them in this course of their financial system. And with this, you have disrupted the market system while maintaining your financial stability and growth. In all these things we are doing, financial management is about your profitability, sustainability of your system. Most of us make millions of naira. We don't even know we make that kind of money. Because you don't even have a right system to track it. Most of us are in business because Mr. Hay is doing this business. You ventured into the business. You don't really know what it takes to strive in that sector. In a real estate, for a real estate consultant, for example, there are some kind of taxes that a real estate company will pay that is different from a company that is into trading. Most of us don't know. And trust me, the tax man will never tell you. They want you to fall victim. Because I just had a conversation with someone a few minutes ago, and the person said, why do they deduct my tax? I am not, the business I do, they are not taxable item. Or I do some kind of business, why do I have to pay tax? So I told the person, I said, the business you do, it depends on the kind of industry you have. For example, if you are in the real estate industry, you are exempted from paying VAT. Because what you deal on, because you are on property, you sell land. But if you receive commission, you pay tax. Are you not seeing where the problem is? It's complicated. So if you receive, your commission is a service you've rendered separately from sales of land. And it says of land tax that you told you they're exempted, it's just for a few while. They will still bring it back. So these are the things. You don't venture into business because you see other people doing it. And that is where you see people, like I will call them the taxman, our friend. They will keep giving you love letters. I actually call those things love letters. Every year, they give those letters to ensure that you are adhering to your first obligation. Because as a business owner, there are two major things you have to do. You do your financials, you file your returns. And there are two types of returns that you have to file. Most of us don't know. We have a return with CAC. It's different. You have a return with FRS or any of the Inland Revenue Service. If you have a business name, the ones we call venture, something and co venture, that is a business name. What you are liable to file with is any of the state Internal Revenue Service. Please, you can ask questions here. We are here to learn. We are here to ensure that we don't fall victim because we are in the era of tax payment. You like it or yes? We are in the era because the oil money is gone. Tax is the new oil, the new gold in town. So you need to prepare yourself as a business owner so you don't end up giving all your money. And where does it start from? It's you having the right process. If you don't have the right process, you don't have the right system, you don't have your financial management system is zero. You've killed yourself with your hand. That is what I will tell you. Because, for example, you've made a 10 million naira from sales. From a service that is vatable, first and foremost. There's a 7.5% you need to pay based on that 10 million. Straight up, no negotiation. Either you are a business name, either you're a limited liability company. The government does not want to know. And based on the refund hard that is coming, they are increasing it to 10% because they feel it's a one-off thing they have to take. The other taxes are taxes that they know most of us will want to play around with to reduce it. So the way you're thinking as a businessman, the same way the government is thinking as a government that they have for them to get those funds from you. That it's not just you getting it from you, it's to ensure that you're doing what is right. Financial agility ensures sustainable cash flow management. Financial management. For you to have a sustainable financial management, it also helps with your cash flow system. Most of us get it wrong. I have 10 million. My profits for the year, automatically, I've made 10 million. Oh, glory be to God. You want to hear the truth, you've actually not made 10 million. Because there are costs associated with that 10 million that you've not taken into cognizance. Number one, your rent. I'm not supposed to say, I work from home. Can't you apportion that portion of your house? Like, I'm paying 2 million in my house. I'm using one small place. Apportion it 30% and you put it. Because these are liable deductions. So reduce your tax. It is in the law. It is not Zainab that said so. These are allowable things because most of us work digitally. They work from a home space. These are things you can do to reduce. These are legal ways. But because we don't know, they will charge you your tax on your 10 million. But it is not your profit. You have costs associated with it. Maybe they ask you to supply generator or some equipment and you spent 9 million naira from it. So you have a gross profit of 1 million naira from 10 million, 1 million. That is still not your profit. I don't know if I'm talking to anybody, please. That is still not your profit. This is a practical class. We are telling ourselves where it itches us. We're telling me from this angle, I'm telling you what we do to save yourself. If not, the government is big enough. They are rich enough. But it's just like, you know what it means? It's like you pouring water in an ocean. You know they will not feel the impact, but they will keep collecting from you. There's a word that there is no ignorance of the law. Your ignorance of the law, they use it to their advantage. So, from our calculation, you have 1 million naira, right? You pay salaries. Even if you're not paying salary, you pay people commission that help you do some running around. Let's say 200,000 have gone off. You have 800. Your light bill, If you are in Barnet, you know what it is. So that's why I said, no portion you use from your house, apportion them. If you are paying 2 million from your house, you can say, oh, this is the space I'm using. Within your system, just, okay, this is 10%. Be realistic. Because one thing, again, the tax man will look out for is, they look out for figures that are outrageous. And for financial management, you need to keep evidence. Most of us here, I ask you the job you've done in January, do you have a record of those jobs? I believe 90% of people here, they don't even have. And just like I was saying, the tax man, they are not witches. The first thing they will ask you is, they call you, bring your financials, your audited accounts, bring your bank statements. They will abandon your audited accounts first. They'll go to your bank statements. They'll take in all the inflows. What did I say? All the inflows in your bank statement will be the first thing they will pick. If you don't have evidence to show that, no, this inflow was a loan from Gabriel, or this inflow was a loan from Z, automatically is a revenue. Because documentary evidence is what will save you. You have other expenses based on our narration. So at the end of putting up everything, your profit is 200,000 naira. That is what the tax is supposed to charge you on. But if you don't have those documents, automatically, they will slam you on the 10 million naira straight. No two ways. And what my people know how to do, because I call them my people, because I deal with them, they will tell you, oh no, they will just, there's no substantiated document, so they add it back. Because you can't tell me you've done a job or a business without having those documents to show for it. So financial management refers to strategic planning. Please, financial management refers to strategic planning, organizing. Let me pause this way. It is necessary for you to have a financial system. The basic reason is for you to scale up. You want to grow. You started a business 2 years ago. You want to be able to tell yourself that in the next 5 years, I want to be able to make X, Y, Z. If you don't have that system, please, how do you make that happen? Because most people will tell you, oh, I've set budgets for the year. Please, on what basis do you set your budget? No, let's be realistic. Some of us here, beginning of the year, I say it will just come up, oh, bring a resolution. I want to make 10 million naira. I want to make 100 million naira. Please, what basis do you use in setting that priority? Because most of us set budgets that are unrealistic. Let's be frank. Unrealistic budgets. You've made just 1 million last year. You want to make 100 million this year. Bros, how is it possible? No, let's be factual. How is it possible? Because if you're trying to tell yourself, I want to make 100 million this year, you should have done something that will say, okay, like a 10% you're adding or 20%, depending on the sector that you are in. You might say, oh, because of this new thing I'm venturing into, it will definitely give me a leap. So at the end of the day, I can put 20, 30, which is realistic, but not doing 150 when you know you are coming from zero. It is not possible. So we really need to be intentional about our financial processes. It helps in controlling of an organization's financial resources. Without proper financial management, you don't even know the expense that is taking a lot from you, that you can reduce from. You don't even know if it is your staff that are unproductive and you are paying more. You don't even know if it's the contract that you did. There are some contracts you do, sorry to say, and you do some contract, you just feel, oh, let me just do the contract. At the end of the day, you're spending 98% of it. It's not worth it. Because if you look at it, what you spend, the cost and everything, you're already on a negative. So you would have either borrowed money to carry out the job, or you have even spent from your own personal money to execute the job. So that's why you have to do some financial analysis. These processes are important. It also helps for risk management. You know the kind of industry, the kind of business you are venturing into, that has risk elements. Inflation. This is one thing that happens. Some of us pick up job, pick up contract, and based on inflation, everything has gone. And you know, when they give you contracts, they will tell you no means for variation. I think that's the word they use. So when they say there's no variation, so if the job is for 10 million and you go to the market, the thing is 11.5 million, you will carry out the job because they've told you there's no room for variation. So you see why you have to do your risk analysis. How do you do this? If you don't have a financial process in place, you can't carry that out. In simpler terms, financial management ensures that money is used wisely, risks are managed effectively, and resources are allocated effectively to support the business growth and sustainability. I want to give some key objectives of financial management. The first one is profit maximization. Financial management ensures that the companies generate and maximize profits while maintaining operational efficiency. The next is wealth maximization. It also helps, financial management helps you to increase the value of business for shareholders and stakeholders. We've talked about the cash flow management, because this is where most of us get it wrong. You feel, oh, I have cash flow, I have profit. Your profit is not your cash flow. Because if you want to do pure analysis, if you've made 10 million naira as profit, please go back to your account. You have the 10 million naira there. That is when you know if that is your cash flow. Because your profit is just, this is what I've made. What is your cash flow is what you have as at that date in your bank account. Maybe your cash flow and information. You are a business owner. You have a registered business. You have business. You have employees. You'll be doing business. I'm just giving expo. Federal FCTRS are coming for audits, for employee audits. I just gave, this is off the mic, but I just told you. So if you have people that you pay salary, you're supposed to pay what is called payee. Most of us just carry, there's payee, and there is a clause to the payee. If you are paying minimum wage, which is now, minimum wage is 70,000 naira, you are exempted. If your staff salary is 70,000 on the dot, you are exempted. But if you pay your staff 70,150 or 70,001, you have to pay. You not paying does not mean you should not file. I think this is where we get it wrong. This is where we get it wrong. In all the taxes that we are liable to pay, that is liable to our business, to our sector, to our industry, even when you are not paying it, you must file. Non-filing as penalty. I don't know if I'm making sense. You not filing. Now, I will just retrieve a little. We have VAT that is supposed to be filed on or before 21st of the following month. Let me explain. VAT is value-added tax, which is paid on goods and services, right? You are supposed to pay 7.5%. That is the rate as at today of that amount. And you are supposed to file on or before 21st of the following month. Now we are in February. I will use February as an example. You finish your sales in 2 days' time. February has ended. Am I right? So we are supposed to file that amount in March, on or before 21st of March. If you don't file from 22nd, 12 a.m., 50,000 has been added to that money that you pay. And it's on cumulative basis. So at the end of the year, you don't file, you pay almost over 5 million naira as penalty. They will not leave you there. After the 5 million, you will still pay what you are supposed to pay as a tax. So you see why it is important.
Technically, no.
So that means you do that.
I don't know.
Okay, what does the second one depict?
It looks like a software engineer also working from home, right? And is having his coffee, still working from home also.
But is there an ideal way to work from home?
Yeah, your desk. You should have a desk to work from home.
Sorry?
You should have a desk to work from home.
Let me have another person speak. Sorry, any other hands up?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The lady has a good office setup in her house, right? Working from home, but not working as per official setup, like when you are going to the office, but actually working. The other guy has, maybe someone like me has something to quickly rush up to do. Just woke up from bed and, I think every one of us do that. Thank you.
I brought out this because to show us what most of us, 99% of us here that say we are working remotely, that is what we do. When they now say on your camera, you're not looking for one jacket to quickly put on because you're wearing a pajamas. And that is not the culture. That is not the work etiquette that you're supposed to do. The next person is just working on his bed. You have things scattered. When they ask, you are working because you're on your system, but it's not an ideal work space. So there's difference between a remote workforce and a distributed workforce. A remote workforce is employees who work from location outside of their traditional setting, office setting. Work from home, co-working space, or other remote location. But what a distributed workforce, they work remote, they take remote work a step further. Describing a team that is spread across different locations. They don't have any, because remote you can say, okay, let me do some days in the office, some days house, right?
Forum at some point. That was so much. Thank you so much, ma'am. That was amazing. So everyone, including myself, we all know where we have been failing. It's time to use the knowledge that we've gotten from this conversation to do the right thing. We'll be jumping right now into the panel session for deeper conversation with our speakers. So we'll be doing that in the next 40 to 50 minutes and we'll be out of this place. So I crave your indulgence to join me as I welcome to the panel Dr. Jamie Padrell. Please put your hands together. Thank you so much, sir. Yes, I'll bring you. You can sit here. The next on my list is Ms. Adetunji. Thank you. And the last but not the least, Mr. Raymond Ijoma. Please put your hands together for my panelists. Media, I will need your help with microphone. Oh yeah, we need to adjust this. All right, ladies and gentlemen, just like I said, we need to deepen the conversation because if you were here earlier, we talked about shaping global leaders for global workforce. I believe that we are global leaders and very soon, due to the digital transformation, AI disruption, the ever-evolving landscape in the world, we need to stay updated with trends if we have to become global leaders. So our panelists will do justice to the questions that I'll ask your questions. So Dr. Jamie, you've spoken to us in the morning, so I will not ask you to introduce yourself. I'll let you talk to us. Say something that you want everybody to remember you for, even after they leave this room. Yes, like.
All right, so my name is Jamie, Dr. Jamie Padrell, and I'm the CEO of Workplace Leadership Institute Canada. I face it in this country. I have a baby girl, a daughter in Canada, and I was sharing with Rosemary yesterday. For the fact that she was given birth in Canada, Canadian government is paying her equivalent of close to 900,000 every month. And I'm eating the money first of all because and just by being a Canadian, all right, she's been paid close to 800 Canadian dollars every month, and she's going to be earning that thing until she's 18 years. Now, I keep thinking from the time I was born till now, if I've ever received any penny from state or federal, or even to receive a well done for the work we are doing. So the point I'm trying to make is that being in Nigeria is already like -1. Right? So we have to fight to first even start counting from 1. Compared to our global counterparts, young people born outside of this country or who are residents in other countries, it's easier for them to have access to resources. Here in Nigeria, banks will ask you for your grandmother's certificates and all of those things. Young people don't have access to capital. So there are challenges we are facing here, and that's why I always preach that message of you, in fact, start fighting because there's already an existing battle. Whether you know it or not, there's a battle going on. And that battles are you're fighting with forces trying to keep you small. And if you're not careful in this country, you always live your life of me, myself, and I, whereby you are incapable, you don't have the ability to imagine big dreams. Because the moment you try to do that, there is like a voice that will tell you, you are not enough. So I want you to remember me as the guy that inspired possibilities. As the guy who defeated the system that was designed to keep him small and is now inspiring millions and thousands of young people all over the world to rise above challenges, defeat and pull down the mountains, and become globally relevant. Thank you.
Amazing. I think that deserves a round of applause. Amazing. Wow. Mrs. Adetunji, please tell us who you are and one thing you want everyone in this room to remember you for. In 1 minute, if you can.
I'm Zainab Momo Adetunji. I will start from the Zainab. My Zainab is with a Y and not with the I. So that's one thing. I run a firm of chartered accountants and tax consulting in Abuja. I'm a managing partner. What I do for business is to help them gain financial clarity, sustainability, and for growth. What I want to be remembered for is your trusted compliance officer. Someone you can run to at any time. It can guide you right and also help you save big, that word B-I-G, capital letter, big on taxes. That is what I do. I help businesses save big on taxes. I help them automate their system to ensure that they strive for sustainability. There was something Dr. Jemmy said a few minutes ago, that the system does not help. There's no capital for business. Doctor, please, I'll still have to say this. There's actually capital for business, but business owners don't have what it takes to access that capital. When you don't have a financial system, you don't have a document to show that you've done business, who wants to give you that grant? There are so many grants out there that is being given to business owner. Most of us here, we are capable. We can be able to apply for it. But because of just one single thing, your financial records are a mess. You don't have what it takes. So you keep crying the government is not giving grants. the government is not giving this. So what if you don't take anything from this place today? First thing is go back and pick up those documents. Make sure you have the right process, the right system. I tell you, within the next 3 months, you'll get that grant. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Zainab. A round of applause for her. Mr. Raymond, tell us who you are and one thing you want everybody in this room to remember you for. 1 minute.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Raymond Ijoma, and I am the CEO of Fortrade Real Limited, as well as the lead facilitator of Fortrade Real Estate Academy. Now, one thing that has inspired me over the years is doing all I can to escape poverty. I didn't find it funny growing up. And to be honest with you, I'm not sure anybody in this room is comfortable being poor. And by being poor, I mean first being poor in your mind, which will definitely translate to you being poor in your pocket. And for destiny reasons, I found myself, or I chose the pathway of real estate. And I've done that for almost half a decade, and I am super grateful to God for the day I found and made that decision. And by virtue of that decision, I am actively, day by day, escaping poverty. And for me, the goal now is sustainable wealth. So if there is one thing I need you to remember me for and not leave this room without, is that sustainable wealth is possible. But you must begin daily to actively pursue it, as while you are in your sleep, even as scripture says, you wouldn't know when poverty will literally be right in your face. And of course, your children, your children, they are going to ask you. And for me, I like to be a proud father, a proud parent, and I know everybody in this room would want to be such. And I would highly recommend real estate. Thank you.
Awesome. Please put your hands together for all my panelists. Okay, so they cut across different segments and sectors of the economy: global leadership consultant, trainer all over the world, financial management expert, and real estate mogul. Now I'm going to open the conversation so that you can participate. In the morning, Dr. Jamie, you said something about developing capacity for global relevance. Now I have a question, and if you have, you can also join me so that we can question him. How can people from underrepresented regions, no-name boys and girls, have access into the global space? People whose parents never gave inheritance to, people who don't have an Abraham anywhere they can call an uncle, people who don't have connection, in quotes. How can they also, is this global relevance for people up there? Is it reserved for some special kind of people? You know, this is real. How can people from low backgrounds also have access to that opportunity? And if anybody is in this auditorium, this hall, and you have same question just like me, show by raise of hand. Aha.
All right,
exactly.
thank you. You're done?
All right, so I will take you, then I will just, yeah.
All right, so it's an interesting question. How do we have people from underrepresented community be able to have global relevance? You know, many years ago, you and I we have to pay the traditional media before our faces can show on TV, right? Now, it will be a disadvantage if you don't have internet. But as long as you have access to internet, you're not qualified to categorize yourself as underrepresented. As long as you have access to internet, right? Is there anybody here that doesn't have access to internet? Your community maybe? Good. Now, you see, sometimes if you send me a friend request now, the first thing I would do is to check out your timeline. And guess what? Your social profile, it's your CV. And I take social media very serious. Very, very serious. Very, very serious. To me, it's not a place to catch crews. To me, it's a place to build, network, connect with people. I might not have financial resources, but I'm big on social capital. I'm heavy on social capital. Now, I told you in the morning how I met President Bill Clinton. I'm hoping that somebody should ask me how, right? But we need to learn how to start asking the right conversation, the right question. And that question should be on how. And let me say this. When you see someone anywhere in the world, a successful person, don't pause them or, excuse me, sir, can you tell me how you made it? It's not it's not even a 1 hour conversation. The right thing you want to do is, excuse me, sir, do you have a platform? Everybody say platform.
Platform.
Say it again, platform.
Platform.
Because you have to first belong to such a platform for you to have access. Access is the greatest asset. So, as long as you have internet, you already have access to the world. Because one single post on Facebook, on social media, on Instagram or LinkedIn, you can get 1 million views, right? And we're in the days of content creation, but pay attention to what you are creating. Because whatever you are putting out there, it's a representation of who you are. Now, when you want to post, Facebook is going to ask you what's on your mind. I don't know if some of you are actually paying attention to that thing. Because the algorithm is designed to study the intent of your heart and your mind. That's why when you repeatedly post something, they start showing you other things. And so when you post where you are drinking a bottle of beer, chilling things, swimming, and all of that, or irrelevant content on your social media space, automatically there are people you will never attract. Somebody like me. But you see, when I look at somebody's profile, I'm seeing good picture quality, image, nice content. Sometimes I send you a message, say, hi, how are you doing? The reason I do that is that I may not have anything I want to say with you, but I just want to not forget that I came across to you. So I'm going to tell you this, and I'm going to give you an assignment. Go and do social media auditing. Take down anything that does not represent not just who you are now, but where you are going. Take down any content that does not represent the kind of personality you want to build. You know, in school, we were taught about 4 P's of marketing, right? Which is number 1, place, price, products. What's the last one? People, right? Now there's a 5th one. I'm the one that added it. Personality. Personality marketing these days is very powerful because people will buy into you before they buy what you're selling. If I go into any sector, and I kid you not, for those of you in real estate, I've just not remembered you. If I go into any sector, I will do extremely well. If I go into real estate today in Nigeria, even if the land, if you're selling the land 1.5, I will sell the land 10.5 and people will buy. You know why? Because it's Jamie Pajuel. What that means is that my brand equity is huge. I have built a brand equity. You know what is equity? It's like a stick that can magnate and attract powerful people. So I have a lot of people following me online. They don't talk, but they see what I'm doing. It was on social media I met a woman. I connected with her. You know, and she was coming to Nigeria to do social work, community service. And I sent her a message. I said, I would like to volunteer. And that's another thing. I know you need money.
But sometimes you need to trade your time for access. Wisdom. I'm a very strategic guy. Thank God for the kind of person I am. If I'm a terrible person, I know how to, let me not go. But thank God for the kind of person that I am today. I'm very strategic. Right? So I met this woman, and then she was coming to Nigeria to do community work. I traveled with a friend, Justice. We went to Ogun State, served, and all of that. I didn't even say to this woman to collect, thank you, Jamie, for coming. When I go home, I sent her a message. I said, Mark, thank you for giving me the opportunity to serve. If it were to be some young people in our generation, can you imagine?
He used me.
He used me. He did not even give me water or transportation. First, it is called volunteering for a reason. And after 2 years, time, I got a U.S. visa, and I told her that I'm in U.S. I was on the phone with her, and she was asking her PA to look at her calendar, and the PA said her calendar is filled up for the month. And she said, I must see Jamie today. Cancel all appointments. Now, it didn't end there. I got to realize that I was chatting with all this while with a powerful woman that have access to anybody you can think of in the United States. She invited me for a dinner. As usual, I went with dressing corporate suit, white shirt, right? If you know me, 20 years ago, I've been dressing somewhere, corporate. So we didn't just start today. And she said, Jamie, I didn't mean you came here without that same image, not dressing corporate, I wouldn't have allowed you in. That means everything you do every day, consciously or unconsciously, you are building a brand identity in the minds of people. And they will remember you based on that identity that you've created in their mind. So the next time you want to post something, ask yourself, what identity do I want this content to create in people's mind?
Wow.
Right?
Wow.
Now, we're having a dinner, and she said, Jamie, I have a gift for you. I thought she wanted to give me a book. She picked up her phone, called President Bill Clinton, and said, I will not be there, but I'm sending you one of my son. The next thing I saw was convoy took me on a VIP. I'm like, really? And then I found myself in a room filled with senators and government officials. First, they started doing, for those that wants to go and spend 7 days with President Bill Clinton, and then you are hearing $50,000, $100,000. Being a young Nigerian, I'm like, where am I? Am I in the wrong place or right place? But the point is this, friends. What got me there was not money. It was relationship. It was access. Access. I repeat. Access. I repeat what? Access. In all you aspire to get quality relationships.
Absolutely.
There are doors money cannot open. I can tell you that for sure. There are doors money can't open. When it becomes a case of who has money versus who has money, now who has contacts? Now, phone number is different from contacts. Hope you know. And there are some contacts you should never call until you are ready to do big things. There are some contacts you should not call for urgent 2K. You will not die of hunger. Right? Please, I'm saying this because this is literally how I build global influence. By building quality relationship with people. And where you spend money, I spend people. I didn't say use people, I say spend, right? For you to spend money, you must first do what? Deposit before you can do what? Withdraw. So you must remember the law of seed time and what? Harvest time. So whenever you want to try to connect to someone, don't think of what you will get. Think of what you will give. Suffer first. Plant the seed. Give it time to germinate. When it's coming back in multiple folds.
Wow.
And that's opportunity for you.
Wow. Guys, this is amazing. Thank you so much, Dr. Jamie. He has just showed us that everything we need to become is right in our palms, right? So you just need to invest in your personal infrastructure. People see you before they buy into you. Whatever you post, I used to tell people that for good or evil, your words, whether they are verbally or oral or written, is your advertisement. Each time you open your mouth, you tell the world the kind of person you are. And when Mark asks you what's on your mind, it's an opportunity to tell the world who you are. So just keep your thoughts together. Let's take this question from him, and then from Williams. I think I saw your hand. Yes, that's
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Thank you so much for the privilege to be here. My name is Divine Favor. I'm into real estate and also an inspiring change now, international leadership and business coach. So this is my question. How do you determine the right moment to make a significant shift, especially when you believe you have the skills, the vision?
How do you determine the right moment?
When to move? Then my second question is, I'm a lover of books, and I want to ask you that question. What kind of books do you read that motivates you in your field, sir?
All right, thank you so much. So the question is, so for me, everything I'm going to say here are the things that have worked for me. If you try, if it doesn't work for you, look for someone else's own and apply, right? So for me, there's never a right moment. So the way I live my life is like GPS. I move, and then I trust my instinct. I trust my spirit. I trust the process. Not all times that things are going to work as I expect them to end, right? But I believe like a GPS. It tells you in 5 minutes, turn left. In 15 minutes, turn right. Even when you miss your road, it will do what? Route you. Now, I approach life in that manner. So I don't wait for the right time. The moment I receive a strong instruction or direction in my spirit, I move. I don't wait for the resources to be there. I said it in the morning, and I've never done any project in my life having all the resources available. So the first thing I do is to move. So when I went into 2023, right, Val is one of the people that I sponsored to Rwanda, 27 from my state, plus 3 of my staff. Now, when I wanted to do that project, it was not the day that I set that project that I was ready for it. The first readiness was the readiness in my mind, so it took me years before to nurture and grow that audacity. And then I made that declaration of faith. And then I went back and started working towards its reality. So for me, there's never the right or wrong, the right moment. Because if you wait for the right moment to come, I'm going to say this, and there's this story that happened where whenever the water is being stirred up, right, it's about who first gets into the water. And then there's this man, his complaint was that I don't have anybody to throw me into the water, right? Meanwhile, you can crawl into the water. You can roll on the floor until you get there, right? But he was waiting for the right time and for the right reason. It's just like for real estate. The best time to buy it is when the street is bloody. So the first step. If the second step is wrong, learn from it and then take the third one. If the third one is good, you take the fourth one. If the fourth one turned out wrong, bad, right, take a step back and then learn the mistakes, master what you didn't do right before taking the fifth step. So this is how I approach life, and I've been enjoying it. So my boldness will get me into trouble and pull me out of trouble, and then we keep going until we get where? The destination.
The books you read?
The books I read. So there's so many books, and there's so many books depending. So for me, within the leadership space, I can make a list of it, and then I'll drop it in the group. For those of you that are in the group, I'll drop it there. Now, there are books I've read on finance. There are books I've read on leadership. There are books I've read on parenting. There are books I've read on mindsets. So what I do is that every year I do more like, in order to know the kind of book I should be reading, I will do an internal auditing to know what is missing and what I should be focusing on. And if I'm focusing on finance, I will not read any other books that is not on finance. And in fact, I read books, but I think my wife reads more books than me, because anytime a book is being delivered, it's her own. Right? So, but for me, I am more of a visual learner, because you must understand your learning process. I'm not more of the guy that reads, I'm more of the guy that watch. So I listen so much, I consume content on YouTube. I watch more of US movies. I'm a strategic thinking guy. So I watch how the Delta SEAL are able to go rescue somebody in 15 minutes. And then I know how I'm able to execute a project within a time limit. So I am more of a visual learner than the guy that reads books and all of that. So if you ask me, there are some books that I will make it available that I think that are valuable. All right, but I think as individual, you should be able to master your learning style. What works for you? What works for me is visual. So I watch more of video contents than the books. As a matter of fact, some of those guys that have written books also have translated it into visual, right? So I'm going to make a list of those books, and then I post it in the groups for those of us that are in our groups. Thank
Awesome. Please put your hands together. I will just take the second one because other panelists need to say something. Yes. Okay, your question has been answered.
Good.
Beautiful, fantastic. I'll come back. All right, I'll come back to you. I'll come back. So, Ms. Zainab, please, I want you to tell us some crucial financial mistakes that have been overlooked by many entrepreneurs and business owners in Nigeria. I heard you talking about lots of things. And so what are those tiny, tiny things that we've overlooked that we can begin to make proper adjustments for, the way forward?
Thank you very much. The first one that everybody, including myself, sometimes I make that mistake is putting personal finance into your corporate account.
Okay.
Mixing business fund with personal fund. So what I mean, let me break it down. You have a corporate account, right? You are doing a contribution, or you have a wedding coming up. You say, because my account is dormant, I want the money in my account to be showing that, yes, you will not carry contribution money and put in your account. You will pay tax on it. Yes. Because your business is business. You as a personal person, you're different. So never in any way mix your personal finance with your business finance. You can't run away from tax. I can see people's faces.
You're shaking.
Seriously, it is the truth, because it's so obvious. You have funds coming in left and right. The taxman asks you to come and file your returns. They're asking you for your bank statement. You are not there to defend yourself that this money is contribution. What is happening? This money is contribution. Thank you. Don't worry. You are not there to tell them this money is contribution. Or this money, my husband sent it to me to go and buy, to do shopping for Xmas. It's your statement against you and them. So that is one common mistake we make. So let's correct it from today. The second mistake we make as business owner, I said earlier, most of us open business because we see our friend opening a business. We want to open business. There's a difference between limited liability company and a business name. Please, limited liability company, if you have money to dash the government, I put it that way, open limited liability company. Can I ask a sincere question, and let everybody be sincere with themselves? Have you seen a law firm that has a limited liability company? Please Google. A law firm, have you heard a law firm saying something limited, don't they do business worth millions of naira? So who is telling you that with your business name you cannot do business worth billions of naira? Please, as a consultant, I am not trying to spoil business for anybody. They will want to collect your money. Consultant like us, you tell you, because when you register limited liability company, you pay more money than when you register business name. And your tax is higher. When you are doing your annual return, you pay higher limited liability company than a business name. When you are filing your taxes are more limited liability than a business name. So please choose wisely. Not because I want to bear Okonkwo and Co. Limited. You can also bear Okonkwo and Co. Venture. It's the same thing. I've had clients walk into the office. I've had friends talk to me. They have businesses. They feel, oh no, I have this business name. They said I cannot do job. I need to open limited liability company. Just what I asked now is a simple question I asked them. Have you seen an audit firm? Even the big four, now, the policy is everybody should go back and register as a business name, not a limited liability company. So why are you dragging yourself and causing problem for yourself? That is the second thing. I know I'm talking to people and it's sinking. I should talk to you. It's sinking in. Then the third thing is for any business that wants to strive, for any business that you've built to outlive you, you need to start now making sure that you have the right process in place. Sorry, I have to divert. I have to use real estate firm. I've had clients in the real estate sector that they are the chief financial officer of everything. If they are not there, the business will die. Why? Because they don't have process in place. You are accountant, you are marketer, you are the MD, you are the HRO, you are the security, you are the supervisor. You go to site with everybody, kilo day. Take it easy. Put process. I know trust these days is hard to come by. That is one major thing. But if you have the process in place, because what you're building that business for is sustainability. If you're not there, will that business thrive when you're not there? The answer is no. So let's retrieve ourselves. Set the process. Ensure that you have the financial system. If I ask us here, how many of us keep record of the things we do? Some of us do, some of us don't. How many of us even have softwares as low as Zoho Invoice to keep your records? The answer is no. And you want the taxman not to give you best of judgment. I will explain that. Best of judgment, a taxman will give you best of judgment when you don't have the right documents or policies, right documents on taxes that you've paid. So they'll tell you, oh, you're supposed to file for them to see that, oh, your revenue you've made is X amount. Based on your revenue, you are being taxed. So when you don't have that, they will do best of judgment. And in a layman language, they'll just do 20% of your profits as deemed profits first. 20%, of your revenue as deemed profits first because you don't have record. They will now apply, if it's limited liability company, they apply 30% as CIT, 2% as EDT, and 7.5% as your VAT. So you see why it's important as business owners. Let's be intentional. Nothing will stop you. Keep records. Because when that thing will come handy, you will be surprised. So that's for now.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Please a round of applause for Ms. Zainab. I'll take you, okay, and then one other person, two of you. All right. Let's take him first. Keep your questions brief, please. You have just 1 minute. Questions and answer, 1 minute.
Thank you very much, my name is Minaba Isebofor. I'm the Chief of Protocol, Shield Fake Protocol Consultants Limited. Let me put the limited so that you know that I'm a limited liability company. One of the things we do is that we help organizations enhance professionalism in protocol practice, build sound organizational culture, and raise a consciousness of safety and security. So I double as a protocol and a security professional. First of all, You were talking to me directly. 2021, when I registered my company, it was the same idea that if you want to get big contracts, go get the limited liability company. And I quickly met a few of my friends who had the same vision with me, and boom, a limited liability company was formed. And that's how we've been going until I went to seek for government contracts on training of protocol professionals in the organizations, and they started asking me all of those documents. Lo and behold, I have not got those documents. Please, I want to know, when you have contract staff, does the payee apply to contract staff? Because mostly, since we get our jobs mostly on contracts and we don't have like a full-fledged office running, does that apply to contract staff who, when we pay their fees for each of the operations we go, does that apply? Then the PENCOM, when I asked, they said I have to keep paying the PENCOM. The NSITF, I have to keep paying. The BPP, I have to pay. The insurance, I have to pay. At this point, what shall I do?
You shall pay.
Please, I will need to speak with you after this. Please.
Okay.
Please,
Please respond to all the payments.
No, on a lighter note, you shall pay. Okay. Now, the first thing is, if you have contract staff, you don't pay. What you pay is withholding. Withholding on their salary because they are on contract base. They are not permanent staff. And they have a percentage you have to pay on that. Now, for other statutory documents that they've requested for you to get, as far as you're bidding for a government job, it is mandatory. For PENCOM, if you don't have permanent staff, you are exempted from PENCOM. What you need to show is you don't have up to 3 staff, because the minimum for you to register for PENCOM is a minimum of 3 staff. So if you don't have those 3 staff, you'll be exempted. Full staff, yes. So you'll be exempted. What you just need to apply that you don't have up to these 3 staff. ITF, you cannot run away from it. ITF, you have to pay. ITF, basically, what it is 1% of your payroll. But if you don't have a payroll, because it is mandatory for you to get that certificate, if you go to any of the area office, they give you a DIM calculation, which mainly is between 85 to 100,000 for you to pay, and they'll give you the certificate. But there's a clause. The clause is, if your business has been registered for years and you've not done that, there's a backlog you have to pay. That was why I said you have to pay. Then, also for ITF, there are penalties. The filing date for ITF is 1st of April every year. So if you exceed that 1st of April, there's penalty and interest attached to it. So you see, you have to pay. Then for NSITF is also like staff insurance, which you can use a minimum wage, and is also 1%. That's very easy for you to pay. But NSITF is from the date your company was registered. That's when they will calculate for you. So you have to pay that. So your TCC, you get your TCC. You have to get your audited account to get your TCC. BPP, they've made it such a way that it's sacrosanct. You must get PENCOM, ITF, NSITF, your tax clearance, before you can access your BPP. So with that, you can actually register for your BPP free without paying. BPP is actually given free. But if you're using a consultant, they will charge you for getting that for you. So after the section, we can meet and talk.
Nice. Please, a round of applause for Ms. Zainab. She's doing justice to all the payment questions. I saw a hand back there. Okay, yes, please. I will have to come back. I need to take Mr. Raymond, then I'll come back.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Emerald Frank. You said something about that I was almost affected. I think he asked the question too. I have a business name that is registered, but I was advised by a lawyer that I can't seek for grant with just a business name, and I can't do so much with just a business name, that I have to register it as a limited liability company. So I want you to clarify, please give me the clarification. Is it possible to apply for grants? Because I've been avoiding applying for grants for my NGO because of that issue. Thank you.
Okay, point of correction. If your business NGO registration is different from a business name, please. Don't let the lawyer, sorry, that's why I said there are some tables that will shake. There are consultants that just need money from you. NGO registration is different from business name, is different from limited liability company. So whatever you have cannot suffice for NGO. You have to go and register an NGO.
Yeah.
So those two you have that they've asked you to register, it is null and void. Go and register an NGO for you to be able to access funds with NGO.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, just to answer, I'm a lawyer, right? So she has been dragging me along.
Oh my, I never knew we had a lawyer.
So she has been dragging me alongside all of my colleagues. What I'm going to have to say in addition is that for the type of business you want to do, you must look at the context of your business. At a practical level, you may have a limited liability company and another person has a business name. By way of perception, if I am sitting at the board, if I perceive a limited liability company, I'm saying if I perceive a limited liability company as a more serious business entity than a business name, then I will give it to somebody who has a limited liability company and not give it to someone with a business name. Because of course you agree with me that with a limited liability company, your tendency to have structure and systems and of course shareholders and all of those things in place is higher. So you must look at your context as well as the type of business you want to do. And in addition, for me, I would say the vision you are pursuing. And for you as a real estate person, you want to run as a developer or you want to do anything real estate, sell a property, you can't work with a business name. You have to work with a limited liability company because without a limited liability company, you can't transfer and do certain things as an entity. So I think that's the addition I can make if that is okay.
Thank you very much. No, hold the microphone. I'm coming to you right now. So you are in real estate. Everyone seems to be in real estate, especially in this Abuja. Everybody is now into real estate. Mr. Raymond, I want you to speak to us. In the next decade, we are talking about smart homes, we're talking about AI automation, we're talking about a lot of disruptions, right, happening in the real estate industry. What would be the smartest real estate investment for the next decade? Please share your thoughts with us.
So that question is broad.
Okay.
And let me touch that question based on your intent. Give me a practical instance that I should touch.
Okay.
Because
so,
it's broad as far as I'm concerned.
All right, let me bring it down. Everyone wants to, make investments in real estate, either as an agent or a property developer. What would be the smartest move for someone who wants to venture into that industry, given the trend? Okay, we're talking about smart home, we're talking about lots of changes happening in the industry. What would be the smartest move for anybody who wants to invest in that sector?
Okay, so if you want to invest in real estate, either as a realtor, and I think I should use this opportunity because I know there are a number of realtors in the room. Let me use this opportunity to tell you for a fact that if you are not investing in real estate yourself as a realtor, you are making a serious mistake. You cannot be telling me that you are a realtor, we are doing wealth, we are making landlords, we are making wealthy people and all of that. You can't be doing that and not be investing in the business yourself. You'll be making a serious mistake. So it is important that you too, as a realtor, as a broker, you are investing. Now, the other part of the question for me is you must understand the market. First, there is the demand for the market. The other part is, for me, you must begin to look at what you want to achieve from real estate. For me, for example, my idea from the very beginning of real estate is sustainable wealth, as I have mentioned. Now, with the idea of building sustainable wealth, it is not everything you put in your money. If you're my student here, you understand I teach on 3 levels of, at any point you want to put in your money into real estate, it is either long-term land banking, short-term land banking, or cash flow. Now, if you want to build wealth with short-term land banking, for example, then you have no business investing in Asokoro. Of course, you already know that Sokoro, they're going to tell you that a plot of land there is 100 million. No, it can't be 100 million. 1 billion naira. And you don't have the money. Instead of you to be complaining, oh, it's expensive. It is not expensive. That is the value of the location at that particular point in time. What you should be looking for is a location where you can invest. In fact, at some point, that is the point they will say the location is far or the place is far. For you, it is not far. You must understand the purpose for which you want to invest, as well as understand what that place can give to you in terms of return on investment. So I'll give you a practical instance. There are 5 phases of development right now in Abuja. The other phases are going to come. But for somebody who wants to invest for the next 10 years, you have no business anywhere around phase 1, phase 2, or even phase 3 of Abuja. What you should be looking out for is a part of phase 4, phase 5, and the other phases that are going to be coming before the year runs out.
Mr. Raymond, sorry to cut you. This phase 4, is it Kobo phase 4? Help us to understand, right? This phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4.
Okay.
Yes, please.
So, do we all know that Abuja has a master plan? Or the FCT has a master plan?
Yes.
And of course, there's Abuja inside the FCT. Yes. Now, as far as development is concerned for the city, they divided it into phases. So Asokoro is in phase 1. You have the main core areas of the Abuja that we know today. Those areas are in the phase 1. There's the phase 2, and there are different areas, different districts in the phase 2. There's a phase 3. So each district, each location, that's how they are divided.
Fantastic.
Right? So with that kind of division, you know that, for example, Wike is working on the OSES. The OSES is the Outer Southern Expressway. Right? Because he's working in a location like that, that is the place to go and put your money and wait. As a realtor, as an investor, that is where to go and put your money. Of course, for example, let me give a practical example. Kiami is one location that a lot of persons have looked down upon. It's close to the airport. But I can tell you for a fact that by study, that anywhere around that region is in the center of the FCT. And automatically, even though some clients of yours, or even you as a realtor, will consider that kind of place as far, that is the place that is, in fact, there's a statistic that says that anywhere around 30 kilometers to the current most developed part of a city, in another 10 years, depending on the move of development, is going to become the city center of that entire region.
Wow. This is masterclass.
You understand?
Really.
So it's important that you understand these moves so that you are not investing the wrong way. 10 years is even a long time for a place like Abuja. In this town, this city called Abuja, the FCT, you don't even project 10 years. 10 years is long. With 10 years, you can, if you're investing strategically, with 10 years, you can make so much return on investment, especially with the kind of work that Wike is doing right now. So you just have to be strategic, invest around the circulation routes, the OSES, the N.I.E.S, the OSES, as well as the ESES. If you're able to invest in these locations, 10 years, you can make so much money. For me, I look at wealth. So I may not have answered the question based on smart homes.
You did.
Because for smart homes, those are for people who have made the money. My own is to raise people who will make the money
Fantastic.
tomorrow.
And, we were talking about smart move for emerging entrepreneurs and CEOs in the room, and you've just killed it. Please, a round of applause. Mr. Raymond is your go-to person for real estate intelligence. So I'll take 2 questions. Endorsed by Dr. Jamie. 2 questions. Number 1, that lady. Number 2, okay, that young man there. 2. All right, let's go.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the insightful session, especially Ms. Zainab. Yes, the finance and everything. So my question is to Dr. Jamie. I wanted to ask, you know how, like, in the past, all these upcoming leaders, like Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala and all these leaders, like, they built off social media. So it's now that we're now seeing the rise of social media and then the rise of LinkedIn, and then it's easier to become relevant. So now how does somebody balance, because people can show what they are not on LinkedIn. Then you now realize that this person does not actually have substance. So how can you balance building an actionable presence, brand equity, and also building offline, managing the two? Because I'm not saying are we saying that we now have to all become active on social media to get to build global brands as compared to how it was done in the past? Because of how the use of social media can be, the distractions and just all this things. I hope my point. My
Intelligent
question.
Mr. Raymond, could you just help me pass the mic? Intelligent question.
All right, thank you so much. The references you made between the past generations and our own generation, and the generation will come that is going to come after our generations will also operate in a different approach. Now, I was speaking somewhere and then I said this, and I think it's important for me to also say it here. So social media is more like where you go to show the work. So I call it the showroom, right? And it's very important that when people meet you offline, that's when they are supposed to see real content and competence, right? Because with social media, you are putting out things there. Nobody really know whether it's, you can stand beside a car and post it, and people will tell you congratulations. And then until when they see you in real life that you are trekking, right? So there are about, I think, 3 rooms that I enter daily. And then we will get to the place of social media, so you know why I call it the showroom. So the first room is the upper room. So for me, this is when I wake up in the morning, I say my prayer, I take out time to meditate. I take out time to, I love music, I love sound, and sometimes I'm playing this music without sound, without voice, and I'm just imagining, I'm just capturing things. So I call it the upper room. Now, the second room is the boardroom. The boardroom is where you enter to strategize. So whatever you receive in your mind, from your spirit, and then you enter the boardroom to begin to think and how to make it a reality. Now, what I realized that thinking, it's a hard work. Thinking, it's a skill that many of us will rather worry than to think. Thinking and worrying are not the same thing. Under thinking, you have analytical thinking, strategic thinking, creative thinking, right? And so the boardroom is where I kind of design the strategy. So most of the time, like when I'm in Canada, I see Canada as my military base, from where I design things, from where you don't see what I'm doing, it's off the camera. And then when I come up after designing, I bring it to the showroom. The showroom is so important because you can be good and not known. Why someone who is not as good as you are but is known will be getting their attention. So the showroom is so important because I must have to show you what I am doing, what I have done in the boardroom, so I show you in the showroom. So for me, social media, it's my own CNN. My Facebook, my Instagram. It's not a place I don't join trends. You can never see Jamie Pajo, and I'm not saying that you that is joining it, it's a crime. It's just for me. I don't join trends. You can never see me post anything that it's not inspirational, that is not educative, that is not informative, or that is not about my personality on my timeline. And the reason is that when you visit my timeline, you will have you will have every reason to connect, because you're going to see rich and quality content. So it is left for you as an individual to so much invest in yourself so that when people meet you offline, because people will sum you up within the first 5 seconds you open your mouth. So when you open your mouth to talk, it's a reflection of how your minds work, right? So whatever you are doing online, to me, is more or less like you promoting what you're doing. Offline is where the real work happens. Offline is where you do your own thinking, do your own study. Online is what you use to promote what you're doing. If you want to run an advert now with any of these traditional media,
on TV, you know you're going to pay so much, right? But just with one post, you can still reach a wide range of audience. So when we understand the purpose of what the online space can do for us, then you are intentional about how you show up and what you post every day. Because people are seeing you, and sometimes people will send me a message and say, I've been following you for 10 years. And where the hell have you been? What are you observing? What have you been waiting for? But the people are seeing what we are doing every day. And guess what? Like I said before, they are forming opinion. People's perception is their own reality. But what you have control over is reception. You don't have control over perception. Reception is about what you give the word, and based on what they see about you, they use it to form what? Perception. And perception is so powerful because, first of all, before an individual will be interested in you, they will first of all have to, there is a likability factor, there's something that is going to attract them to you. So perception is good, but also reception is also very important. Reception is about what you put out there, and people use it to form what? Their own perception. So the likes of, in fact, if you notice what recently Dr. Cosmos Maduka has started coming online, right? Yes, making some videos and all of that. But what you don't know is that it's actually a group of people who are assisting, because it's not in our generation, right?
Yeah.
But because he has to connect and communicate to this generation. Otherwise, he's going to leave this world with his knowledge. So now he's being more receptive, creating more content, right? He's coming to Lagos, by the way. He's going to be with us for about 2 days. Dr. Cosmos Maduka is coming. We are hosting 5,000 young people from 20 countries, March 8 and 9. And like I said, 2026, we're coming to Abuja. So social media is powerful, but that's not where you do the work. Right? The stage is not where you prepare. The stage is for manifestation.
Absolutely.
Backstage is where we do the preparation. Can I tell you something?
Okay.
Sometimes I talk to myself. Sometimes I speak to the audience, the people that I'm not seeing. And sometimes I'm looking at, is somebody hearing what I'm saying? Before they'll think that whether I'm going crazy. But for us that our work requires delivering speeches, making presentations and talking to people, we have to do self-talk. Self-talk. Sometimes my topic before I go on stage, I would have repeated the same conversation with myself and the audience. I'm the one seeing them, you're not seeing them. By the time I go to the stage, I'm saying what I've said before. It's no longer new to me. You're hearing it for the first time, but I'm hearing it probably, I've heard it multiple times, saying it to myself. So whatever you are doing offline, make sure offline, you are equipping yourself. Because the moment you open mouth, within 5 seconds, you will be summarized, either as a valuable individual or a liability.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jimmy. I believe your question has been answered. Offline factory, online showroom. Okay. So we'll take that young man. We're wrapping up because of our time. Yes.
Excuse me. Okay, good afternoon. My name is Elvis. Just to portray something here, I want to give a free half-price business registration for any first 10 people after this. So if you want a business name, you want to start up something, I'll give you 50% off to have your business registered. And then secondly, I'll help you set up your social media platforms. And then that's it. You can take it off from there. And that's free completely. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you. That's the young man. Yes.
Yeah. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nicholas. I really want to appreciate the panelists for such a wonderful conversation. So my question goes to her. I can't remember her name. I think it's Zainab. Yeah.
Zainab.
Thank you so much, man. So the question is, I have a business name, and for some time now, I've been trying to open a corporate account, but this thing, Skumo, it has not helped me. But my business is like 3 years now, 3 years. and I've been running it with a personal account. So I want to ask, is it taxable? If yes, how? So that's the question. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, let me. Good afternoon, everyone. Ms. Zena, please let me add so that you summarize. Okay, my name is Michael. I'm the head of legal, JPI Abuja. There are certain things you said which I don't agree with.
Wow.
And Raymond also addressed it. First and foremost, a law firm can't be registered as a limited liability because the Legal Practitioners Act said you must be registered as a law firm. So it is not because of we are trying to avoid tax, but the law that establishes registering a law firm said you can only be registered as a business name. Then secondly, when you talked about business name, ventures and all that, there are certain businesses you can't do as a business name. For instance, oil and gas, travel and tours, because even with CSC, there are minimum share capital before you can register these businesses. So telling us here that you can still register as a venture and carry out certain business is not true. Then also in terms of bidding of government contracts, there are government contracts you can't bid with a business name. It is just, that is the law establishing those things. You can't do it as a business name. So it is wrong saying that because lawyers don't register as a company, that you shouldn't register as a company. Depending on, like Raymond said, depending on what you are doing, the business you are doing, that is where you can know if you are registering a business name or as a limited liability company. Then, then
Well,
CSC,
okay.
or when she talked about NGO is registered as incorporated trustees. So any lawyer telling you to upgrade your company or this and that, that is wrong. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Zaina. Before, so we're not here to argue, right? Okay, we're not arguing, and I'm sure she's going to do justice to that question. Start from the scum L, then we'll now go.
Start
over.
from the back. Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I know when we're discussing, they already corrected me. There were some things I said that business name, why you register business name and why you do not register business name. So correction collected, or I've accepted with my full chest. I think so that will slide. Then concerning the SCUMEL, depend on the kind of industry that you are dealing with. If you are in real estate, they will ask you for it. If you are in consulting, they will ask you for it. If you are automobile, they ask you for it. So that, if you've had your company registered for a while, and if you want to open a bank account, because the first thing is, when you registered your company, if you want to open an account, they will ask you for that before they can open your bank account for you. So you have to go to EFCC to get it registered. For you to be doing business, you've been doing business, but you'll be using your personal account to get in those funds. It's dicey. It's dicey in the sense that since your company registered as a limited liability company, you don't have an account to that business. Automatically, if you're going to file your returns, it's showing nil because they will ask you for your bank statement based on your account that is corporate. But if you've been doing business, they will not ask you for your personal account. Should I get it clear? You are supposed to have a corporate account for your business. You don't have a corporate account for your business, right? And you've been using your personal account. When you go to the tax office, when they check, you don't have a corporate account. So they will ask you, you've been doing business, what have you been used to collect money? It's your personal account. So they will ask you for your personal bank statements. So you see, you will be taxed based on the transaction that is business-based and not all the funds that have come in.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. Do you want to add to? Okay.
Okay. If you have a SCUMEL certificate, let me see your hand. Okay. Now, have you been filing to EFCC? If you have been filing to EFCC, let me see your hand. 1, 2, 3. Only 3 persons out of the entire room. 4. Now, let me quickly advise you. There are at least 5 types of filings or reports you are meant to be sending to SCUML. Some of these reports are such that you are meant to file every 7 days. Some are monthly, some are annually. Now, if you are not filing these reports and you have a SCUML certificate, right? In fact, some of you collect the SCUML certificate and you hang it on the wall. When EFCC SCUML knock on your door, you will pay heavy fines for not filing. SCUML certificate is just, collecting the certificate is just your first step, and it is only 1% of the entire responsibility obligations you are meant to carry out by virtue of having that certificate. After you have it, the rest you must do consistently. Else, when they come for you, fine. I mean, heavy fines. So please make sure. Okay. She said I should ask if you have login details. If you don't even have, then automatically you are due for fine. The only reason you have not paid the fine is because they've not knocked on your door. All right? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Still hold the mic. This question is for you. So someone is asking, what is the difference between real estate and mortgage?
Okay. And just so that we are creating solutions to the problems and information we're sharing, I have a course around this. Everything, government regulations, tax. We have a real estate tax course. We have government regulations, government compliance and regulations course, right? So the courses create solutions around all of these problems. Now, difference between real estate
and mortgage.
Yes. Okay. By the definition of real estate is land or anything on it. Now, mortgage, for me, is a system that was created to help you acquire real estate, either in terms of the land or the house on it. All right? Fortunately, our system doesn't very well accommodate mortgage. Now, across the world or in other regulated civilized societies, there are three players in the real estate sector. You have the marketer, you have the developer, and you have the financial sector. But in Nigeria, our financial sector, financial institutions, the bank, government institutions, there's almost little or no involvement in real estate activities. So right here we have our activities around developers, private individuals, as well as realtors, developers, as the case may be, right? So with that kind of system, our mortgage is not encouraged. So if your question is simply the difference between real estate and mortgage, I would say mortgage is a way to acquire real estate in other civilized societies. But for Nigeria, it is quite difficult because the financial sector cannot fund or is not funding real estate developers or real estate companies in a way that can help us accommodate long-term mortgage. But kudos to all real estate developers who are able to create payment plans. With those payment plans, you are still able to key in. At least just key in with what you can afford. The only problem is that you want to have a house in Asukuru when your salary is for... Thank you.
Nice. No, still hold the mic. We're bringing this conversation to a close. Except you want to add to that? Dr. Jimmy, you want to add to that?
Yeah, so basically mortgage is more or less like a pool of funds that your banks gives you in order for you to be able to get whatever you want to get, and then now spread the payment for you while you are now paying monthly, right? So, like he said, the mortgage system in Nigeria, I think that's probably what this government administration is kind of trying to do, maybe access to credit. So mortgage is basically access to credit, right? When we first bought our house in Canada, yet we used the down payment and then mortgage, and then we're able to pay off the mortgage system, and then the house is no longer a mortgage. But, you know, when I mentioned here before, as part of lack of access to capital, these are some of the things that we're talking about. Because some of us here, if we were to be in Canada or other developed nations, as long as you have a good credit score and a good earning, you can buy a house. As far as Canada as a country, only need you to have 5% down payment for you to be able to buy your first house. So it means that if you want to buy a house of 500,000, the government just needs you to have 5% and bank will fund the rest. Your subsequent houses, they will now charge you 20% because basically that's for commercial, right? But we're building a Canadian college, Jamie Padua Canadian College in Lagos State. And the whole vision is that if I don't want my kids to study in Canada and I want to have them, for them to study in Nigeria, all right, because of value system and all of that, and I still want them to have Canadian education, I will be able to bring them to Nigeria, right? And we started that project. We bought lands in Lagos State. We've gotten approval from government. At some point, we're kind of short of funds, and then we approached the bank, and the bank said, oh yeah, we can give you money, but then you have 6 months to pay. So 6 months, I've not even started building, or like we've not even started doing marketing and all of that. And that's why, as a young person, loan in this country is not your best option. I kid you not, because the day you are only happy the day you collected it. The rest of the day you'll be sad because you stand a chance of losing even the first primary investment, right? So for someone like me, the vision is to build a Canadian college. I'd rather wait for the next 5 years and have access to those funds, because if you take money from the bank system here and you use it to build, or even before you finish the project, the Nigeria system is still kind of developing, right? So you cannot guarantee that if you collect money before you finish that project, right, the currency exchange, inflations and all of that can affect your investment. I know someone currently that is having issues because of what he collected money from people, with an intention that in 1 year this building will be ready, and now he need more money. And people are already coming and saying, where is our return on investment? Right? So the environment is not that friendly. That's why you must be careful of your financial decisions, right? So that you don't end up losing even the one you have in the first place. Does that make sense? Right? You study your industry, know what is working, know what is not working, and also patience. I know our generation, we're in a hurry to hammer. We're in a hurry to blow, but let's not blow like transformers so that we don't scatter things. With patience, we can actually get everything we need, right? And I love the way my approach to life. I am not impatient about some certain things. I always tell myself this: if I can get here, I will get there. It's just a matter of time.
Thank you very much for that amazing addition, right? So to bring this conversation to a close, I will ask that our panelists, just say something that we can start doing from today. Yeah, we've heard from you. We can start from Mr. Raymond. Okay, so yeah, what can we start doing from today? Mr. Raymond, you play in the real estate firm sector industry, and there are a lot of people here who are looking to start up a career in that sector. What can they start doing from today in order to build sustainable wealth, in ways that are unquestionable? Yeah.
Okay, so I would say invest in yourself. Invest in your personal brand. I cannot overemphasize that. For me today, real estate or selling real estate is selling real estate is easier for me today because of my personal brand. And there are two keywords I communicate at any point I have the opportunity to share. I would say inspire your audience and educate them. If you can inspire your audience, if you can educate them with proper personal branding, trust me, you can do well in any sector. Sometimes students from my school, they would say, oh, even the lessons from the academy can help you thrive in any sector. Because for me, sales is sales. All of us are selling, no matter the industry that you are in. So if you can sell in real estate, you can sell another thing. For me, if I want to transit, I want to sell cars. Because if I can sell real estate, I'll be selling cars like water, right? So just invest in your personal brand. Invest in knowledge, your capacity to grow. And for me, according to what he was saying, what was coming to my mind was grow, right? There's a point that you will grow and money will be knocking on your door. Partners will be knocking on your door, right? So invest in your personal brand, grow your selling skills, and trust me, you can hit wealth.
Very instructive. Invest in your personal growth. Ms. Zaina, please.
Okay. Financial clarity is key. Be intentional about your finances. Again, be intentional about your finances. You want to grow, you have to have that intentionality in you. For any business that wants to strive beyond 5 years, beyond 3 years, you have to put the right processes in place, the right structure in place, and the right policy in place. Those 3 things will guide the people that you have in the system to move with your vision. So, keyword, be intentional about your process. That will lead to financial success and sustainability for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so I know most times when we have this kind of a gathering, people want to, okay, how do we keep in touch and all of that. So I have an online university where I have documented over 20 years of my experience. So I took the time to record about 15 courses. And so when you visit www.jamipajuauniversity.com, you're going to see all the courses that I have there. And the courses are designed in such a way that by the time you're done taking it, each module, so you have each course, you have like 10 modules. And each module you have assessments. So when you're done taking the course, you will write exam, and if you pass, you will get a certificate, and then you'll be added to our community. Learning has to be continuous. This gathering or this event is not enough to produce the kind of result we need. That's why we must continue to learn. Right? So for those of you interested, you can go to jamipajuauniversity.com, and then you can be able to, we have about 30 courses there, but I've only recorded 15. I did that before coming to Canada. We're still uploading them. We've uploaded, I think, about 7. And for those who also want, if you live in Abuja, you can become a member of JPI Abuja chapter, right? You need to visit www.jamipajuainternational.com. When you go to apply for membership, there's going to be a drop down where you see all the 15 countries where we operate at. Yeah, so when you go to apply for membership, please can you take it up or down a bit? No, down please. Yeah. So apply for membership. Once you highlight on it, 15 countries are going to drop. Select JPI Nigeria and then fill the form. As soon as you fill the form, the team will be able to get to you. If you're in United States, once you highlight on there, you will see JPI United States. If you're in Nigeria, Abuja, please don't fill the United States by faith. When you are there, you can feel it, all right? Friends, I'm excited to be in Nigeria, and I'm excited for what we are doing here and the work we are doing here. And I appreciate Mrs. Zainab and Raymond. By the way, she's our National Director for Finance, so our account is in order. I'm super excited to have Mrs. Zainab. This is my first time seeing her, actually. This is my first time because we appointed her recently, and she's been doing an amazing job. Abuja is a city that we are interested in, and I would like every one of you, let's maintain this community. Join JPI Abuja chapter. The state president is here. Deborah, please, where are you? Please come forward so they can see you. I don't know if your vice president is also here. All right, so if you join JPI Abuja chapter, then automatically you are part of the community. It becomes easier for me to have interaction with you. But outside of that community, you're a stranger. But when you come in that community, you're a family member, right? Like I said before, access is the greatest asset. When you have access, it's easier for you to continue learning. Thank you so much. On behalf of the team that put this event together and the organizers, we are not the organizers of this event, right? So we're only opportune to be able to have this workshop, and it's not easy for all. I know they put a whole lot. Please, can we put our hands together to the organizers of this event? Now, Mr. Victor, please, thank you so much. Mr. Victor, thank you for the work. The media people, as I'm speaking, I'm seeing myself here. They are the ones doing the work. Thank you so much, the media, the photographers, and all the team. We are happy for this partnership, and we want to continue doing it every year. And to all of you that are here, thank you, and God bless you all.
Amazing. Please celebrate all these great minds this year. We'll be celebrating milestones. Do you believe that? Do you believe that? All right, so one more time, put your hands together for them. Put your hands together for yourself. We're going to take a group picture.
All right, so we'll take the pictures here, and then we'll also have it here because we'll have more people. Dr. Victor will join on all of that. Thank you. Dr. Victor, you can come forward, please. So we'll take it here. Thank you so very much for the session. It was very exciting, very insightful, very stimulating, and also I want to thank you all for your active participation. Thank you, Val. That was a spectacular one. Thank you so very much. I think this session has come to an end for today. We'll be here again tomorrow. Okay, we have a brief. I just got a notice now. We have a very brief session after now, but I think you could just interact a little bit, and then we'll just get that done in a few minutes. Is that all right? So I'm sure some of you want to talk to the panelists, you want to interact with one or two people. Please do that, and then we'll have a short section, and then we'll be done for today. Then we can continue tomorrow morning. Thank you once again for your active participation. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be having Dr. Eju in 60 seconds. So, I think we can continue our conversations around the hall. Thank you. Sorry, let me step aside so I don't spoil it. Okay, the number. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Eju is set to come on stage. We appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Okay, you want people to sit down, right?
Yeah, you want something.
Okay.
Yes, Dr. Eju.
So you can just go ahead. Let's just see
how many minutes? 15 minutes. Okay. No, it's okay to take it here. All right, we have 60 seconds to settle down. 60 seconds. Thank you so much for your understanding. The talk wouldn't take more than 15 minutes. So in 15 minutes, we'll be out of here.
All right, thanks.
Thank you so very much, guys.
Many thanks, Elvis. Thank you. Thank you to the workshop organizers, and thanks to the panel that just ended the section. It was quite an interesting one. Like you just heard, this will be a short one because it's been a long. But we think it's good to make this presentation to you to add value to your attendance of the summit. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Engineer Dr. Maguso Abraham Eju. This is the Nigeria International Energy Summit, NIES. And so since Monday, we've been talking a bit about the energy issues, especially not just in Nigeria, especially as it concerns the continent. Because NIES is actually a Pan-African summit. It's hosted by Nigeria. As you know, Nigeria is the leading oil and gas and, in fact, power as well, even though we don't generate as much as some African countries. But Nigeria is a leading nation in terms of energy. And so that's why this summit is hosted by the country. So quickly we want to run through, if the presentation can come up, technical. Let's just do a quick one. It won't be long, on the energy issues in the continent. So the paper is titled, can we go back to the title? The paper is titled Energy and the Future of Africa. Energy and the Future of Africa. Yes, next slide, please. And we're going to be running through in this. We may not touch on every slide. I'm sure there will be ways for you to assess this later in one way or the other. We're just going to glance through some and go to the main. So we look sources of energy. For those of you who are not science-based or engineering-based, it's just going to be an overview. We're not going into any detailed depth. Sources of energy, energy in Africa, energy potentials of Africa, energy transition. You've been hearing that, a lot, I'm sure. Conclusion, and then the big question for Africa. Next slide, please. Energy and its importance to society. Yes? So we all know it. This is one of the slides we don't need to dwell on. You know, energy is the ability, the capacity or ability to do work. And we all know the times we live now. Our phones, everything you have to live by today is run by energy in one form or the other. So energy is so essential. It affects every aspect, not just in the urban, even in the rural. In all of modern society, energy is important in any form that it comes to you. Next slide, please. So you can see some of the uses of energy: cooking, eating, cooling. For this part of the world, we're in a temperate region. When you go into your car or some buildings at this time, you need your air conditioner. In some countries, we are in the tropical. Some countries are in the temperate, where they go through the winter, and eating is so important for them. Technology, our mobile phone, our devices, laptops, all run on energy. Transportation, energy. Lights, energy. Yes, next slide, please. So all this energy, the sources of energy. Let's look at quickly some of the sources of energy. So energy has two broad sources: renewable and non-renewable. What are these? Next slide. Non-renewable sources of energy, these are sources that you can only use one time, and then they cannot be used again. For example, the oil, the petroleum that Nigeria has, oil, gas, they deplete. You have a reservoir, but as you use them over time, they will deplete, and you cannot use it again. You have to look for other sources. So that's why you see that fossil fuel, like Nigeria has oil, has gas, but it's not going to last forever. It's not going to last. There are countries that used to have a lot. If you go to the UK, go to Scotland, for example, there's a place they call the North Sea. It used to hold a lot of oil reservoirs in the past, a lot of gas, but today it's all gone. So Scotland is putting so much research into renewable, because now the fossil is depleted. Yes. So if you look at the pros, sometimes you look at the advantage and disadvantage on different sources of energy. We've looked at what are the advantages of the non-renewable, of the oil, the gas, the coal, and all this. It has more energy content. You see, there's been a struggle. You've been hearing of solar energy, solar energy. The reason why solar energy cannot be deployed at a large scale now, because the energy content you get from a non-renewable, say from oil, from petrol, from diesel, or from your gas, you cannot be compared to what you get from solar. You cannot run a big factory that is needing a lot of power for big machines with the solar. But with the non-renewable like oil and gas, they have a lot of energy in them. And then the power that you get from them, it produces more power. And then there are so many products you can get from this non-renewable. From, when people talk about crude oil, you just think about diesel, petrol, but in fact, there are about 250 products you can get from crude oil. That is why even if cars stop using refined product today, there are so many things. That's why industrialization is so important. Because if you don't industrialize, we're happy that in the last 1 year, 1.5 years, Nigeria is now moving from almost a total net exporter of crude. At least we now have the Dangote refinery that is now turning the country to at least be able to refine crude to get petrol, aviation fuel, and diesel. Just a few, but there are about 250 products you can get from that. But the negative part of this is a number of these non-renewable, the fossils, they emit what you call carbon dioxide or greenhouse gases. And they affect the ozone layer. That is the shield, the thing that is shielding mankind from direct impact of the sun is impacted by this. And so that is the drawback of most of this non-renewable. Next slide, please. What about the renewable? We know them already, the solar, the wind. You can never exhaust wind. You can never exhaust the sun, the energy from the sun. You can't exhaust it. It will always be there. The hydro, the water, their water, their tidal. So the renewable, it will always be there. You can always reuse it. Next slide. Yeah, next slide. We can. You hear about nitrogen now. So all these are being exploited all over the world now. Next slide. So what are the advantages of renewable? The number one is what we said, they won't run out. They are always there. And then they require lower maintenance. And then they also have environmental benefits. These are the key things about them. But what are the other side? It's a lot of cost. If you want to generate maybe 1 megawatt with renewable, 1 megawatt, it's a lot that you have to put a lot of funds. If you want to use solar panel, the number of panels you need to get to be able to generate one, but you can get a diesel generator and just put a half drum of diesel and you generate that. So that's the difference. It takes a lot of capital to be able to, and also being able to store them is also a challenge. And also the geographical spread. Some places in the world don't get the sun, for example, so solar will be a challenge, there. Next slide, please. So let's just focus now on Africa, because like I said, this is a Pan-African summit. What are the energy issues in Africa? Next slide, please. So Africa is a continent with vast energy resource. We see it across. You have oil and gas. You have solar. There's a lot of sun. There's hardly any place apart from South Africa, and maybe South Africa and 1 or 2 that you talk about winter. It's all sun and all that. So there's a lot of energy resource in Africa. But the issue, without going through all, the issue here is that the energy being produced is not sufficient. It's way below the demand. Africa have over 1 billion population, but less than 20% probably have energy in any way cost sufficient. So there's really a big gap there. Africa currently has the lowest per capita electricity. So when you say per capita electricity, for example, you are talking about the amount of electricity available to a person. For example, Nigeria has over 200 million in population. How much electricity? So if you say you generate 5,000 megawatts, and you divide it by 200 million population, how much is getting to one person? It's so small. So there is a big gap. There's a big gap. For more than a century after the light bulb was involved, most African continent is still in the dark after nightfall. I mean, anytime you fly in a plane and you fly anywhere around in Africa, you see the obvious. I mean, it's all dark. So the situation in Africa is currently holding back development. So the purpose of presentations like this is that when we attend summit like this, it should be able to get us thinking, able to get us understand the reality of the situation, and not just talking about it, but thinking about what needs to be done. Next slide, please. Next slide. So these are just a pictorial, graphical view to tell you about the situation. Maybe you can't see very well. The last one there is Nigeria, so you can see how low it is there, per capita electricity. Next slide, please. This is another pictorial view of it. Next slide. Again, another pictorial. So, for example, in this graph, we're just saying how many watts? How many watts is one person entitled to please, can you go back to that slide? Yeah. So how many watts is one person entitled to in Nigeria? You can see, while in U.S., somebody is entitled to 3,180 watts. 3,180 watts, that's about 3 megawatts. In Nigeria, somebody is entitled, you just get about 40. So that means in Nigeria, you can only light one bulb. Okay, you have some bulbs now that are 11 watts, so probably you can light three bulbs. That's how much electricity if you want to allocate to everybody in the country. Next slide. So, but the potential, what are the potential? So you can see that there's a lot of potential, whether it's non-renewable. There are so many African countries today that didn't even have oil, did not have gas just a few years ago. But today, they've discovered oil and gas. Ghana is now an oil-producing country. Senegal, Mauritius, Mauritania. So you can see that even non-renewable is spreading across Africa. That's why it's a big challenge in Africa today when they talk about moving to non-renewable, because the sources are there. Many countries are beginning to find oil and gas, and they need to use them for energy. But this will just remain as potential if they are not utilized. Next slide, please. I've not bothered to go through that again. You all know that we have all the renewable sources. Most of them are here in Africa. Next slide. And then Africa is faced with this issue of energy transition. Since the Paris conference in 1992, it has been a challenge. What is happening? There's a global politics playing out. Most of the Western countries that used to take the lead in oil, gas reserves, they are now depleted because they are not renewable. Now these countries are wanting to move the world into non-renewable because of the challenges of the non-renewable, because of the emissions. They cash on that and say, this is causing climate problem. You are destroying the ozone layer. Let us stop using fossil fuel. But guess what? Africa is finding more fossil fuel. So what will they do? But the real issue is that it's not the fossil fuel, it's about what the fossil fuel is emitting, the carbon dioxide. So that means if you can stop the emission of greenhouse gases, if you can develop a technology in continent, in the country, to stop the emission of the carbon dioxide, then the other party cannot accuse you. Two, Africa is not industrialized, so they are not even emitting much. They are exporting most of their product, which is not good anyway. They should utilize. But if Africa does not wake up and be able to prove that we can clean up our gases, we can clean up our crude, we will still use them, but we will clean them up, then they will be able to make that argument. And just imagine if they stop Africans from utilizing crude, utilizing gas. That would be a big issue. Next slide, please. So it's moving from fossil fuel. This is how it is being defined. Energy transition, moving from fossil fuels to low carbon energy sources. But it should not. It should just be moving to low carbon energy sources. So whatever you do to ensure that the energy source you are doing does not emit a high amount of carbon into the atmosphere, you have achieved the target. So what are African governments doing now? They are going back in the different climate forum to argue that no, Africa cannot abandon its fossil fuel. Africa would rather use its fossil fuel to earn money, and then later they can go to non-renewable or go to renewable. But indeed, the argument would be that Africa will clean up their fossil fuel and continue to use it, because this is what you have in abundance now. But you can't do that just by words, because these people, this other part of the world, they own the technology in the majority of cases, and they own the fund. So what is happening at the global stage now is that they are withholding the funds. I tell you, if not, it's not a good thing, but this is what saved Africa in the last 3 years. If not for the Russia-Ukraine war, by now, it would have been difficult to even talk about any project that has to do with oil and gas, because they had pushed it to a point where it was just about to close the valve. Globally, the World Bank, IMF, they've stopped funding any project that has to do with oil and gas. And Africans don't have the money to fund that kind of huge projects. But it's because of that war, because Russia supplies a lot of the gas that Europe uses during winter. They need the gas for heating their houses, their offices. And so when that war came, Russia began to close also their supplies. And in desperation, they had to slow down on the energy transition thing. That is what saved Africa. And so the signs are out there now that, one, Africa needs to redefine the energy transition, that it's just a transition to low carbon energy sources, and whatever needs to be done to make the fossil fuel that is in abundance in Africa to be useful, that it does not emit, we need to invest in those technologies now. Next slide. So this is just talking about giving the details. Next slide. So energy transition, we know is important. Nobody wants to damage the ozone layer. Nobody wants to cause environmental issues. Next slide. Next. Go on. I think all this have been explained. Go on. Go on. Oh, okay, hold on here. Hold on this triangle. So this is the thing. When we're talking energy transition, these are the areas that needs to be considered. You need to consider energy security and access. There's no energy security in the continent. The access to energy is poor. You need to balance environmental sustainability. And then you need to look at economic development and growth. Right now, the industrialization in most African countries is very low. There's very low energy access. Energy security is not there. So the world is looking at one element, which is the economy, environmental sustainability. But these three needs to be balanced out. But the point is that you don't go to the global stage just talking about this has to be done. You have to show. And so Africa needs to show that they can sustain the environment as well as continue to provide energy security, access, and also drive towards development. Next slide. So what this is saying is that you must make the coat according to your cloth. You don't just forcefully fit a cloth on everybody in the world and say you must wear this. Like I said a few minutes ago, if it wasn't for the Russia-Ukraine, we pray that it stops. That should not be a good basis, but that is what slowed down the intense push. Next slide, please. Next slide. So go back to the slide before this. So this is just saying a successful energy transition is driven by science and innovation. And it involves a variety of solutions developed by a broad coalition of public and private sectors and needs to overcome technical, economic, and political challenges while taking into consideration regional differences that exist. So, but the big challenge, just go to the next slide, please. Go to the next slide. No, go back this one slide. So we're saying that the effort towards successful energy transition requires a multi-stakeholders approach involving broad coalition. This will fall into all this: government, policymaker, business, think tank, and academia. So all this needs to work out solution to a just energy transition. Next slide. Yes. So we have said that no modern society, in fact, no society in the world today does not need energy. And one of the biggest barriers to Africa's development and prosperity is lack of energy, lack of electricity. And without this, there's a big limitation. No matter how brilliant your idea, I mean, there are people in Africa, or there are persons in Africa who could have done better than a WhatsApp innovation or a Facebook innovation or one, but they could not. There are people with different ideas. Because even just working with a laptop, even your phone, as most people who are here now are probably looking for here to recharge their phones. So there's a big limitation to as far people can go. So as shown in the figure, Sub-Saharan Africa contributes half of the people without access to electricity. So there is truly a big challenge. For Africa, the focus should be more on technologically driven and energy efficient industrialization. You see, that's one of the things that are lacking here. If you just go to the global stage and talk and talk and talk, you will just talk for nothing. If you don't have technology and you don't have funds, there's nothing you can do. Your influence is very minimal. And that's what has affected the continent of Africa. the influence of Africa at the global stage is very minimal, because all they need to do is to withhold their technology. And the so-called oil, gas, and everything will just be on the ground. If you go to any oil and gas facility or any power, whether it's power generating or transmission or distribution, and if almost all of them, 80% is imported technology. So there's no way you can withstand the pressure from this other side of the world in this situation. You cannot contend with them. You don't have fund. You don't have technology. They just need to close one valve. And you suffocate and you begin to beg them. And you'll be forced to do whatever they want. So what we're saying is that even though the situation, the geopolitical crisis between Russia and Ukraine gave some reprieve, but for how long? So right now in the US, you have a new president, Donald Trump, who is reversing the policies of former government that says they are going to stop fossil fuel, no oil, no gas exploration. But this man does not believe in the climate change narrative. So he's reversing things, and Africans are happy now. But the man has been president one time before, and by their constitution, he can only do 2 terms. And open the valves, let the oil and gas flow. That's my... You are happy, but you're only happy for 4 years. Your plan should be for 30, 40 years. The reserve that Nigeria has, for example, over 200 trillion standard cubic feet of gas, over 30 billion barrels of oil. It's not a 4-year thing. For you to utilize that thing, you are talking about a 30, 40, 50 years. So if this man lives in 4 years, and the next president comes and says, back, reverse this policy, we are going back to climate change, what happens? So this is the challenge, that Africa needs to build in-continent technology, in-continent funding. Like I said, the bold step that Mr. Dangote took by investing 20 billion into his refinery that has now turned Nigeria to an exporter of crude products, that's the kind of step that someone, or you see, it's a multi-stakeholders. It's not just government, it's everyone putting their heads together. It's not even the academia alone. Professionals, public, private, putting their heads to say, how do we develop in-country technology? How do we develop in-country, in-continent technology? How do we develop in-continent funding so that we are self-sufficient? Then you can argue against the West. Otherwise, you cannot. Next slide. So we've seen all these statistics up for access to electricity. Next slide. So you've seen, for example, just the gas to power. You can see what it takes to come from gas suppliers to generating company to transmission to distribution to customers. If you look at all this value chain, where does Africa play in there? Where do you play in terms? All these things cost a lot of money. All these things have a lot of technology. Where do we play in there? Next slide. Next slide. Go ahead. So the big question, this is where we'll end. The big question for this summit, and in the last 3 editions of this summit, we always end this presentation by asking the same question to the audience, is who will light up Africa? Are Africans going to wait for the same Western? It's just like when COVID started, 2020, when there was lockdown, everybody was screaming to the West to bring the solution of vaccine. And you wonder, even the people were saying that we need to go through our clinical process. We are not done yet. They said, don't worry, just bring it to us like that. So you wonder, do these people not have brain? Can't they think of solution themselves? So it's the same thing. If modern society cannot do without energy, we have to take the bull by the horn, coming from this Pan-African Summit to say Africans will light up Africa. Thank you.
A round of applause for Dr. Eju. Thank you so very much, Doctor. I'm sure that was very explicit, and I wonder if we have any questions. Do we have any questions? Okay, just one hand. We'll take that and then we'll wrap up. Is that okay?
Thank you, sir, for this session. My name is Daniel Kostochko. So my question is this. What is stopping Nigeria from investing in solar energy, like making heavy investment? Seeing that countries like Morocco have invested heavily, and Morocco is now one of the most electrified countries in Africa and even in the world. What is stopping Nigeria from taking that bold step into investing in solar energy? Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Actually, there's an agency of government. It's called the Rural Electrification Agency. You can go to their website later, Rural Electrification Agency, ROEA. They are doing a lot of work on solar. But like you heard from the solar is capital intensive, one. Two, for you to generate the same megawatt with solar as you generate with fossil, it's a lot. That Nigeria is over 200 million compared to Morocco. So it's a lot of spread. It's a lot. So why we should not neglect non-renewable like solar, wind, and other options, but the fossil fuel that you have in abundance, you need to clean it up and continue to use it because it has the advantage. It has more energy. The infrastructures are already there. You can easily industrialize quicker with it. So investment is going on in solar. It's just that what you need is intense in terms of capital compared to this. But in all ways, renewable and non-renewable, the continent, the country must begin to invest in the technology required. Thank you. Sorry? Rural Electrification Agency, ROEA. You have a question?
All right, Doctor, we'll take one more question.
Yes.
And then we'll wrap up. Okay, a lady this time. A lady, so we can have gender balance. Thank you.
Okay, my question is coming from a layman's perspective. So I'm asking, where do small business owners come in when it comes to contributing to renewable energy in order to help, power Africa, in terms of electricity?
Okay, thank you.
So, Doctor, sorry, Doctor, I was wondering if they could just take their questions to just go through all of them. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Samuel. Similar to what she asked, I wanted to ask, from the solutions he gave, he said the countries in Africa have to now invest in developing technology to actually, so I want to know, what is my personal contribution as a person, as a business, as a layman on the road? What do I do to contribute to helping in Africa?
All right, we'll take the last one. I hope you're taking notes, Doctor.
Okay. Sorry, sir. You said something about cutting oil entirely. So I want to ask, if they cut oil entirely, will it affect Africa only? Because Nigeria, to be precise, we are like 12th among the leading oil producers in the world. So if they cut the oil producing, the oil production, will it affect us mostly? And who exactly said that? Because this update I heard about cutting oil, it was about OPEC, and they were not really talking about cutting it. They were talking about balancing it, or how do I put it? Like moderating it, something like that, not cutting it entirely. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let me start from the last question. So what we're saying, there's been what they call climate change conference. So the world has agreed that the CO2 is depleting the ozone layer. That is the shield that the sun does not directly affect humans. and is causing all manner of changes in the climate. And so they said the biggest contributor to that CO2 is coming from fossil fuel, oil and gas, especially the crude oil. So all the refining and all this thing, and all the petrol, PMS, diesel in the car, that they are the ones emitting. So that's why they want to stop investment in the production of oil and gas. OPEC is an organization that is looking after the interests of oil, of crude producers, petroleum producers in the world. So OPEC is trying to fight that and say, no, crude, they can still do something. OPEC is not just Africa, oil producers. And so they are saying that oil can still be relevant till even 2050, that they would rather look for ways. They are the one bringing, we have to know that it's about the CO2. We should be talking about technology to clean up the crude. We cannot stop, investment in crude, in oil exploration, in gas. So that's what is going on in that. So OPEC is standing for the interests of the petroleum countries. Now, what can you do as an individual? First, I will just digress a bit, is that one of the things that we do also in Africa, you can take Nigeria as an example, even the little energy we have, we waste it a lot. As we are here now, I know that probably most of us, when we left home, there's no public supply. But once there's public supply restored, if you go back to the homes, almost all the bulbs are left on. See, in the West, I stayed in the West a bit also. If somebody is leaving one room to the other, they switch off the. So the people even have the sufficiency of energy. They are more, their attitude. So the first thing you can do is change of attitude. It's change of attitude, that responsibility, knowing that this energy I'm wasting here, if the woman that is doing hair salon, if he has it, a business will continue, because it's not enough. When the load is so much, so many bulbs, so many things are left running idle, the system will collapse or just shut down. Either the transformer near the step-down transformer near you will just will be overheated or something. So we can contribute a lot by having that consciousness of energy conservation. In this part of the world, when you tell somebody off that light, they look at it like, some even look at it like an insult. Must I off this? But that attitude needs to be changed. And then the other thing is, solution can come from anyone. If everybody is thinking about the same thing. We have heard about things like the drones. We have heard about people even left school. It was in their garage, some of them were developing the idea. So you have an idea, you think. You say, this thing, how can I? You may not get the support, but you are thinking. You say, what can we do? For example, even your biomass, this waste that you go to toilet, you stew, people use it to generate electricity. Can you be interested to say, I'm an engineer. I have one of my colleagues there, and at the time, the headquarters of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, here in Abuja, when you are walking into the place, the first thing you see is a big diesel generator. And I asked some of my colleagues, why can't we, as engineers in Nigeria, model this building so that this building is self-sufficient? That is, when you flush toilet, it goes somewhere and it is processed and we get energy from it. When you throw something away, that is, we use all the means. We have our own solar panel. So that when we can bring a government person there, you say, you see this entire building, we are not using electricity, we are not using diesel from anywhere. We are self-sufficient just based on our technology as Nigerian engineers. Then people will be coming. I went somewhere in Scotland one time, and they took us to a place like that, where they were generating so nothing is wasted. Even water that is falling, they use it to turn a turbine. Everything was generating energy. So what I'm saying is that we can all put the thinking cap in your own small space. You can conserve and you can think. Thank you. I think we run out of time.
A round of applause, Doctor. I'm sorry we can't take these questions anymore. So what we'll do is this. Right after now, you can harass him.
No, not harass. We just talk.
You just walk up to him and have your questions answered. Is that all right? All right. When they say, who would light up Africa? The answer remains Nigerians. Now,
Africans will light up Africa.
If 5 people walk in here and there's a Nigerian among them, he lights up the room. Beyond our vibes, beyond our passion, our enthusiasm, our steez, one of the things we need to do is not just is to go beyond that and actually make this a reality by, like in the words of Barry White, practicing what we preach. So many Nigerians here, sitting down here, we have a lot of ideas, but most of us have not got beyond that for several reasons. But then again, what all of this is about is to spur us into action. And like they say in WWE, it's time for action. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for today. We appreciate you. Thanks for the time. Thanks for your, for being patient with us. We love you and we'll see you tomorrow. God bless you.
Thank you.
Hey, Drew, please just, please come. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much.